Hello, hello. Thank you to anybody watching these recordings. You guys rock. I'm gonna burn this down real quick because I got stuff scheduled for early tonight and he's got to sleep, so we're gonna try and get on there as soon as possible. It takes about 90 seconds to run out our energy now, so. Hey, how's it going? Welcome to the chat. Thanks for popping in. Just getting myself situated here a bit. Getting my other screens set up. What was that, love?
Do you want to see that activity log?
No, I see it.
Okay.
No, yeah. Oh, by the way, anybody who followed recently, if you're watching the recordings and I didn't give you a thank you in chat, thank you, but I missed it because Twitch changed their organization and so it was all on a different spot. So thank you. Appreciate all of you. What do I have this screen for? I need the deets. That's what it was, the deets. And I killed the music. Thank you. I'm excited. I think it'll be fun. It's been a while since I built a Wixwell team. Alrighty. Let's hop right into it. My clan boss is also Wixwell. I suppose I can show you that quick before I log off my account, since you asked. Just in the nick of time. I might even have a key that I need to send quick. I do. That's my team. Now we'll get into it. Hey, how's it going, Yord? Yeah, I've built a Wixwell team. Now 2-key brutal, nice. After like 15 days? Oh, 45 days. Okay. Dang, that's pretty darn good. I don't think I'm up that high on my free-to-play, which is pretty close to the same amount of time. I think the free-to-play will pick up a lot more once I'm on the desktop, though, because I can start blowing through gems on the side, you know? I got like 2,000 gems saved up. Yeah, that is pretty good for 45 days. My clan can't even do it. I was talking to my leader about expanding the clan, seeing if I can stick with the same clan. We'll see. I'm pretty sure I already checked, but I'm so paranoid. Yeah, you guys can't see anything. So paranoid about that. But I'd rather be paranoid than laxed. Sorry, my love. What were you saying?
You said you've got clan commitment issues.
Clan commitment issues. Yeah, actually, the way that most people in the game deal with it, and it is the smartest way, is like if you outgrow your clan, you should just leave and go to a stronger clan. And I've done shout outs in the clan to try and get them to pop into Twitch, and maybe I can help them with their clan boss teams, but
Just can't take a joke.
no, I'm really bad with jokes. I don't read things like that very well.
I was really concerned that you were just going to stop at read.
No, I read.
because you don't-
I'm reading right now. That's why there was a weird pause.
I know you read.
Sometimes. By the way, that last series of books that you brought back for me,
Yeah.
did we scatter them or something? Because I went looking for the start of it, and I found like book 3 in like 2 or 4 or something. I couldn't find the first one.
The last book series, the one you just read?
No, you brought back 2 at a time. I finished the
I don't know where
one
you
with
put
the
all of
weird
them.
names.
Keep in mind there's been some changes since I got them a year and a half ago.
Oh, yeah, I guess it's been a good while.
Got 2 snakes since then. The room's been rearranged.
I have been playing the game for probably close to a year. I think I actually started at about the same time as Game Leap did. I think he might have started like a couple months before me. Part of the Content Creator Clan. She posts on YouTube videos daily. I don't know very many female content creators in this game genre. I've seen a couple, but their data wasn't good, so I pulled away from watching their stuff. That's the most important thing to me, is good data.
I just heard somebody message me.
The clan kills brutal. Nice. My clan is struggling. We're not killing any of them. It's a real problem. They gotta fill up or... I included the Master Vault, right? Yeah. Assume there's not much. You might have good stuff in the reserve, I suppose. He's not who I thought he was. Oh, excuse me. My apologies. Oh, Roy T. No, that's the wrong one. There's no clan boss in there. We don't have a key to run it with. We're getting 20 million. We do have a key right here. Do you care if I collect this key? Good timing. to have a key in your storage when you're looking for a clan boss takeover. Perfect. Okay, so Deacon's not going to work. The reason Deacon doesn't work in this team is because he takes extra turns. And if you take free turns, then you run out your buffs. The Infinity strat does not work. So what we're going to do... Who was the third one? I'm blind, I don't even see it. Is it, vaulted maybe? I can't remember. Hellborn. Hellborn. That's right. Yeah, and we wanted Apothecary most likely. I mean, yeah, if we don't have a better option.
Oh.
Can't remember what she does. I don't think she's a good option, but no. Definitely not. Okay, so we got shields, defense, attack, speed, crit rate. Trying to think of how many buffs do I got on my team as well. Because he grows based off the buffs on your team. He doesn't work. Pretty sure. No. Okay. So unless we have a buffer that does a bunch of damage, then we are gonna have the 5 buffs, which might work. Maybe that's all I have. See, I got attack, crit damage, shield. I got crit rate as well, speed. I mean, maybe if I only have one more buff, it's fine. She could be a good option too. So Annex is actually a really good damage dealer for Clan Boss. Might be easier to build the Geo for it, however. That's never gonna happen. We got the defense and the weaken. I've never used Annex. Well, Geomancer will deal the damage, guaranteed. You give him 50 turns with this passive, he will do the damage. So the next big thing I'm gonna need to know is, well, first off, how much silver? We have 4.5. We have 500 pieces of gear. And 150 of them have speed. So these are the two numbers that you're going to want to change the most on your account probably. You're going to want to get yourself up to like 1,000 pieces of gear. And you're going to want most of them to have speed on them. Anything that doesn't look good, sell it right away. Most of the gear is meant to just be silver as it's coming into your account. Looks like you're cleansing all that stuff. That's good. When it comes to boots. Oh, I was on substats. I killed the music again. Got 5 epic books if they roll perfectly. Yeah. But when we were talking earlier, we were kind of thinking we might not actually get it running tonight. We might be getting you as close as we can and, you know, figuring out where you need to go from there. Looks like you cleanse your gear pretty well, as it is. So I don't think I can pull a lot of extra silver out of here. That's useless as well, but you rolled it to 16, so I don't know if you have a purpose for it somewhere or what. Okay, so now I'm gonna want to look at, well, all of it. See what we have. Oof. This might be impossible on your account right now. I really hate to say that to anybody. But in order to make this work, I have to have a good shield set. I have to be able to get somebody in a shield set up to a certain amount of HP, so the initial shield that they drop is going to be big enough. And if it's not big enough, then I need to be able to put 2 people into decent shield sets to double stack those initial shields so that Wixwell can grow them at a high enough rate, because it's a percentage-based grow that scales off of the size of the shield, as well as the amount of buffs on the team, and we've only got 5 buffs, and we don't have a good shield set. So I don't think gearing these clan boss champions right now is... Is there another set that does a similar thing? I don't think there is, right? There's Bolster, which is a premium set, but that's a protected one, and I don't think you're allowed to extend it. 15% self-shield. How many of these we got? We got any good ones? We got defense, we got HP there. But then everybody would have to have a big enough self-shield. I think the stat requirement might be a little bit out of reach. Shit. Yeah, protected HP shield. And I was looking through equipped. F's in chat for the clan boss stream. So where does that come from? Is that Fire Knight? Do you have a good Fire Knight team? Because it looks like that's your only issue. You said you had the Wixwell, Valerie, and Hellborn already booked. So yeah, we need a shield set. We need a proper Fire Knight team. How's he built? And what does he do? Oh, he's cool. His A3 is all the way booked, and this is unbooked, which means that it's a 75% chance. Is Rathalos booked? Oh, it's down here, duh. Okay. That's tough. From now on, pick one legendary, book them all the way. Same with your epics. Build one champion of each rarity at a time. So you can book them fully, because if they're not booked all the way, they're almost unusable. Yeah, I can look at these so you can pump out some more gear. It looks like that's going to be where you need to go for a little bit, maybe just like a month. And, you know, a good shield set is really probably all you need to get it operational, but then obviously piling more gear on would make it easier. So he can double hit. I could use Reflect, but he's 5-star. What does Annex do? Exactly. 2 times, 2 times. Weaken, defense. We can use him. We do not have a counter heal, do we? What do you do? Poison, turn meter, and speed. That could get there and kill the clan boss pretty efficiently if you can survive the waves, because now you have 2 turn meter controls, a decreased speed, so you'll be able to shut him out enough that you don't actually need the counter heal on the team. So this is going to be, well, is there a better setup or option here? Yeah, you have fucking Apothecary. Would we rather have... Well, Annex is already built up, so we'll use Annex. I don't know if he has turn meter control, though. Don't think so. No. $190, 205, 218, 228. Okay. So Annex is gonna... Well, Annex isn't built. Is What's-His-Face built better? Who was the other one I was looking at? Fenshi? Nope, he's not. Alright, so I'd build Annex up, probably. Or Fenshi. Either one will probably be enough to get you further here. Because I don't want to give you more champions to 6-star when you've already got enough on your plate. Golem, you've already made it most of the way. These 2 guys are why you're struggling here. What do you do again? Yeah, I mean, she's not... I don't know if she's... I think she got a buff recently. She's not terrible. Increased defense and ally protect on a... Oh, on one target, that's why. She only buffs one person. Yeah, she's pretty not great. Geo can slot in here. Who else would we want? Apothecary. Looks like a... Is it still risky? AoE, AoE, AoE. He can be kind of risky in there too. What's his passive? Accuracy, crit rate, and crit damage for each poison on them. I don't know, he could be risky to bring, but also he's going to clear the waves really quick for you, or a lot faster than, you know, without. And then the poisons and the burns won't proc the counterattack from the Ice Golem. So I think that that'll be a pretty solid team for you there. Go ahead and throw these guys up. Then at least you'll have some stuff to, you know, you work on these. It's not even going to be 15 champions. It'll end up being like 8 or something, because most of them are ending up on all 3 of the teams. Focus on these champions so that you can push up your gear threshold and get the gear that you need, and then you'll be in higher level clan boss in no time. Shields, decrease attack, poison, decrease turn meter, burn, speed, leech, turn meter, again, perfect. Yeah, that's beautiful. The Fire Knight's kind of questionable. I don't really like the limited, like, we only have 1 turn meter manipulator. Well, no, we got Deacon with Geo. That might be enough. I could always just gear Annex while I'm here and run it, since that's the most important one. But let's take a glance at your dragon quick before I move on to that. Make sure I'm not missing a bunch of chat here. Yeah, if you get a good shield set, then you have a clan boss team. Because we can make do without... Like, I can put broken sets on everybody as long as I have 1 or 2 decent shield sets and we can get it running. It looks like you have a good dragon team. Yeah, poison, shield. Probably run him as the lead. Kale might actually do more damage than Rathalos here if you're not burning. I don't think he was burning, right? He was just poisoning. Yeah, he just poisons. Guess Kale's not going to clear the waves quite like Rathalos does. I'd probably book Supreme Kale next, as far as your legendaries. This poison's going to be pretty solid wave clear for you in like Doom Tower and dungeon climbing. Rathalos is carrying you through most content, even without the burn. Fair enough. But yeah, not just the shield set, though. Be on the lookout for any decent-looking gear. If it's got speed, you should be rolling it. You know, get like 100 pairs of speed boots. And cleanse everything that's 4-star or lower. Because we're not going to be able to do it with 4-star gear. Going to need to be 5- and 6-star gear. Okay, so let's gear Annex while I'm on your account. All right. Let's look at your Rathalos too. Okay. Rathalos is pretty quick. Quicker than I would have expected him on your account. He's over crit cap by 40%. So So at that point, like, I'd be looking for... You said he's doing decent damage right now. Let's use the fitting room. Okay, so your damage dealers, you already know, obviously, by looking at your builds, that you need to crit cap them, so I like that. But the next step is to shift from crit rate gloves into crit damage gloves that have a high crit rate roll. Like this. Look at this. You can make this shift and you're still crit capped. And you just pumped up to 250% crit damage. Like, he's gonna smack now. Like, he's way stronger. Main champion I should focus on here. Top 3 champs probably. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so I would probably put that on him. I don't see any downside to this. Like, what was he wearing? He's not in he's not in any full set, yeah.
Khakis.
You wearing khakis?
He sounds hideous.
Okay. Well, he just drastically improved with one piece of gear switch. Champions that you need to focus on the most. The people that I put in those teams. These are your priorities right now. Nobody else on your roster really matters. Until you get... Well, stage 20 is fine, by the way. I wouldn't worry about the dragon one. You're farming stage 20. It's 2.5 minutes. It'll probably get faster when I fix Annex here. Yeah, make sure you get to stage 20 and then farm there for a while. If you can't do stage 20 on the spider, do 10. Because there's a weird bug with the drop rates on 10. Where you're going to get a lot of 5-star gear. So it's the best exchange rate for your energy. I lost my train of thought. Yeah, top 3 champs to focus on. I wanted to go into here to pull up these things. I just work on these guys, so Geo, Deacon, Wixwell, Apothecary, and Annex. Another thing I never looked at. Look at it. Okay. Looks like he did the good thing there. Anybody on your clan boss team is not allowed to have anything that boosts their turn meter. Well, with one, there is an exception, actually. This one, that's fine. Because buffs they'll never expire. So, you're allowed to have that one, but steer away from the debuff one or anything else that might influence your turn meter. I think the cooldown change in 1 is actually just fine here. I'm pretty sure that it's fine. And yeah, obviously, not obviously, maybe, but as you may be well aware, picking up War Master on all your clan boss champions is going to make a big difference as well. Looks like you've already got it on Kale.
Ow!
Yeah, as soon as you get back on your account, I would look through this, and if you're cool with it, just sell all that stuff. You're probably never going to use it again. Alright, so what do we need to fix about you? Let's figure this out.
Welcome to Bard Games Therapy Room.
Welcome to Bard Games Therapy Room. What's wrong with you? Let's fix it.
First off, your clothes are all wrong.
I need to smoke some weed. Actually, I want to build him first, and then I'll smoke weed while he kills the Fire Knight. Bink bunk. Okay, so we've got almost enough accuracy, and we have an accuracy banner, no speed on it. Probably don't have another option. is my guess. It is an accurate guess. Crit damage, but he's not crit capped. Defense, HP. HP. Shield. Okay. Okay. All right. Try you. We're gonna try a handful of stuff and see where we end up and see if I like it. And if we don't like it, then I'll change everything. I want to see what I can achieve going for. I wonder if I can do crit damage gloves on him too. Maybe not. We're gonna leave that stuff alone for now. It's got no speed. Really need the speed. We got 4. Alright. Put them in order for me, please. Tell me all your secrets. Alright, I picked the best one out already. Got it. That's your fastest hat.
So far.
He's got speed too. That sucked. This one's got speed and crit rate. Ooh, I like it. Yep, I'm into that. But now we're crit capped without even maxing the gloves, which makes me wonder where we end up. Like, what if we just go for crit damage gloves? Like, can I do better maybe? Ah, get out of my filters. We've got this. Where does this put us? Speed, accuracy, crit rate. 76. Should probably be looking at chat occasionally too, in case you're yelling at me about messing stuff up. Oh, thank goodness, you're not yelling at me yet. We might make do with that. Let's see. Oh, we don't have any speed boots. Oof, this is a problem. $22 pairs of acceptable boots. All your other boots are most likely unusable. I'm not gonna try to mess with a bunch of people who are already built right now. What is he wearing here? HP, accuracy. It's 6-star too. So maybe we leave the boots.
I don't know how I feel about that.
How do you feel about what, my love?
You're constantly asking dudes what they're wearing.
Constantly asking dudes what they're wearing. Take from Renegade, I don't use her. being pretty useful and easy to understand stuff. That is the dream. That's my whole plan here. Even if I can't make the clan boss happen tonight, I'm hoping you'll leave with some good information that you can extrapolate and use for your progression. Okay. What do we have in here? What do we have? I don't remember what I was looking at that Renegade had that you're wanting me to take. Was it like speed boots or something? Yeah, but those aren't better. Pretty sure I like these ones better. And I like the crit rate. But these are 6-star. And they hit speed. See? You know? It's just that easy. Okay, so I'm not happy with his crit rate, but I don't know if I can fix it right now. We can look at these, but I think I'm gonna lose other stats that I want if I try this. So let's take a gander. I want you to be fast, and I need you to have crit rate. Dang. Oh, excuse me. Nice shield.
Thanks.
This one's got more speed, and it's got the crit rate. The crit damage isn't super useful if we don't have the crit rate. So I think this might be a worthwhile trade. It's only 2% more crit rate, though. 7 more speed. Let's put these in order of crit rate instead.
Oh, come on.
Did that even get us? Shield's already got a bunch of crit rate. So it would kind of have to be a... There you go.
Thank
Dang. Had that thing glued shut.
I didn't.
Bruh. Yeah, and the speed roll. Yeah, that's the dream, right? That was kind of awesome. That's pretty good. That's really good. But I don't want to take from these people. Ooh, this could be really good. Let's roll it. Yeah, it's everything I dreamed it could be. Pretty much. And we still don't got the crit rate that I want. But, you know, we could get like a triple roll here on this piece, or not.
You know why you didn't get it?
Because I didn't hold my tongue to the left.
Yeah.
Gotta hold my tongue right.
That's right.
I like that.
Oh.
Not on stream.
You need to do that.
Maybe. Oh man, how you do it. Gotta hold your tongue right.
Yeah.
How much do we have on the weapon? We only have 11. I mean, if I hit crit rate, it could be... Or hit speed. Might just be better like that. But then we're dropping 5 more for 11 speed. I honestly think we should take Rathlos's gloves. Just fucking put them on him. Or we could just find a... Just wait and get a different pair of something. I could try a new chest piece too. But if we can't get the crit damage we want, or the crit rate that we want, then it's all kind of kind of a moot point. So we're crit capped. Hey, how's it going, Rogue? Thanks for popping in today. Hope you're doing well, sir. Just running a little takeover for Endrit. I think this is serviceable. And I want to try it. So I'm going to blow a bunch of your silver here. And we're going to see what happens. Use a couple little baby glyphs. Oh, actually, you know what this tells me? I can learn something about your account, probably. I'm going to take a guess right here. That you're not doing faction wars every day. Which is another thing that's going to be holding you back. Because to get the stats that we're going to want on certain team builds... I mean, the clan boss is a prime example, but you'll want them for everything, really. You're going to need them glyphs. There's only one way to get them.
Naked bowling.
Naked bowling. It's the only way. You can't get them any other way. Gotta do naked bowling.
Better than naked deep frying.
Oh, shoot. Better than naked deep frying, it sure is. Alright. So he's at just under 200. This is not what I wanted to do. This is not where I want to be. I want to kill this guy. I don't know if I looked at Geo. I basically looked at everybody's speeds and then said, you know, this is the one who isn't fast enough. I didn't actually look at the rest of their stats. He's only got 1,000 defense. And he has no accuracy. This is a unserviceable Geomancer build. Same with Wixwell. He doesn't have accuracy either. His speed's high enough, but that's going to be another factor with your clan boss. You have to get enough accuracy on Wixwell to land the decrease attack. Otherwise, the clan boss will deplete the shield too fast for Wixwell to grow it. I mean, you don't. If you have other decrease attacks on the team, then you don't, but you have to build accuracy on them. So, Geomancer does incredible damage. However, he doesn't need to hit people to do it. What he does is puts the burn on him, and then when he gets hit, he reflects damage back. Oh shit, I'm broke. You're broke. I'm not broke. Yeah, okay, we're all broke, I guess. I meant in the game, though. I got like 20 million silver. Don't throw that shade at me. I'm wealthy in the game for another week.
Not bad.
Yeah, shoot.
Share the fucking wealth.
Shoot. Don't throw shade at me like that. My goodness. So I can't fix Geomancer. And the whole team strat I had doesn't work if he can't decrease the turn meter of the boss. I try it, but it's just not. I mean, they're fast enough. You got a 4-star banner, which won't get him enough. Another random thing, since we're here talking about accuracy, something I noticed on your builds. You, in the current status of your account, you are going to be shooting for stage 20 dungeons. So anybody that has something that you want them to do consistently, you're going to need 200 accuracy. It's 10 accuracy per dungeon level. So I recommend that you start shooting for 200 on all the builds that need it, like Deacon, Wixwell, Annex. And then for your clan boss, you're actually going to have to go a step further. You're going to need like 220, 240, something like that, to get all the way up to what you need for Ultra Nightmare clan boss. So that I can use Bazaar.
Sounds like a nightmare.
Go to the Bazaar. Sounds like a nightmare?
See?
Oh, because the difficulty is called Nightmare. That's not a good exchange rate for silver, and 50,000 isn't really going to do anything for me. How high is he in the live arena? Probably not at all. Live arena sucks. He's been doing it. He's got 1,500 points there. That's another thing you could use. And you haven't put them anywhere. That's really good for you that you're doing that. These bonuses are huge for your account. Stop doing attack. Sorry for bossing you around. But pick the... And I'm not, actually, because that's what you asked me to do. I'm here to boss you around, alright? Pick accuracy, whichever one's the most pivotal for your account. Wixwell. So force, right? That's probably the one you're going to need the most right now. You need to get him up to 200. So max this out. Just go all the way up. And then once that's maxed out, then pick the next most important accuracy one. Max it out. Do that for all 4 of these. Once you've got those maxed out, then start spreading it out. For a couple of reasons. I should explain myself. One of the main reasons is that this mission that you can see you're coming up to right here, Affinity Hall level 7. You have to have any one of them up to 7. So you have to pick one and commit to it. The reason I say don't do increase attack is because increase attack only actually benefits a third of the champions in the game. A good bit of them are HP based. Increase attack doesn't do anything for them. A good bit of them are defense based, and attack doesn't do anything for them. And then there's another handful that are attack based, but you know, they're like support. So it's like there's really only a couple champions that need the attack. It's like the last thing you should go for. If you're wanting to pump damage out more, you should be putting it into crit damage first. But the reason I say accuracy first is because the accuracy alleviates so much of the stat burden while you're gearing champions that it goes the furthest per points. Because, look, if I get this all the way down to 10, you have 80 accuracy on every single one of your spirit, force, void, you know, whatever champions. And that's the equivalent of a 5-star banner just on your champions. And when you have to go to 200 for stage 20 dungeons, that's almost half of it. Now, when you're talking about climbing up into Hydra, you need 300, 350, 400. So having that free banner on all of your champions becomes necessary. So if you have this and then another banner, you're at 160 or 176 if you have a 6-star accuracy banner, not counting any ascensions or anything. Then you've almost got enough for stage 20 dungeons just with a banner and a Grateful Halt bonus. So that's why I prioritize those. Those are my big reasons there. I need to catch up on chat a little bit, it looks like. Clan coins for silver. Do my live arena. Yeah, live arena gives great rewards. A lot of people just don't like it because it can be kind of miserable. Clan for silver. I think, yeah, you maxed that already. I'm just out of silver, it looks like. Did I get to fix? Who did I fix? I ran out your silver somewhere.
Oh, you're on that. Sorry, the chair is on it. Okay.
Oh.
You good?
Just trying to remember who I built up. Is it Annex? Is he the only one? Annex, okay. I started with 52 at 50. I couldn't even beat the bots. Yeah. Yeah, it's tough, but the rewards are, you know, like permanent power increases to your account. Just watching from the side. Hey, Inferno, appreciate you popping in, sir. Much love. Okay, let's see if I can pull some more like this. 300k. Cool with me selling all this? I promise you'll never miss them. I just don't want to upset anybody, you know? If I just go start selling stuff, sometimes people will get mad. Champs that you're sleeping on? Yeah, oh, they're in presets even. Build new presets. You're above this gear. Holding on to it's holding you back. And any 4-star gear you start finding on people that you're actually using, start taking it off, like this. He can be improved easily by taking these off. I have champs that I'm sleeping on. As I mentioned before, you really should be picking like a legendary, an epic, and a rare for the most part. You don't necessarily need to be building out a bunch of rares, but use your book accumulation rate to dictate which champions you're building and how fast you're building them up, because an unbooked champion is next to useless. Mordecai's a monster for the spider. Fane is pretty good for clan boss and some other content, but you've already got Annex. Akemptum is, in my opinion, possibly the most interesting champion in all of Raid Shadow Legends. I'm going to be doing some content on him in the very near future. We got ahead on the editing, so I think I'm ready to start putting out some more stuff. That being said, I don't know if you need to build him right now. It's hard to say, like, what are you sleeping on, right? Because Vogoth is huge. His heal is, like, crazy for any boss that does AoE damage, which is all of them. He's really good for your climb into Iron Twins, which, since you have Vogoth and Geomancer, these two together make the Iron Twins pretty easy, honestly. And it's one of the harder contents in the game. The only thing you're really missing then to make it easy for you is a consistent decreased speed champion. Adeline is serviceable. The one I prefer is actually a rare called Kurzad Deepheart. He's a void. just because he's easy to book, he's easy to get. He is 100% consistent on the decreased speed, and when you run out of usefulness for him in the Iron Twins, you then swap him into a stun set, and he's really good for Secret Rooms in Curse City. So he's one of the rares I recommend people, almost everybody, build up for those reasons. Runekeeper is really good as well for a good handful of stuff. He gained value when the Chimera came out. He's really strong for that. Morag is really strong as well. She has the increase, or the strengthen, and the ally attack. She could be a serviceable damage dealer for your clan boss team, honestly, because she's defensive based, so she should work well with the shield. She has an ally attack to increase the overall damage. And a strengthen, which not only is another buff, but decreases the damage that the shields take on your team by 25%. It would work similarly to putting Stalwart on everybody on your team if you build her up. So that's definitely somebody to consider for your clan boss team in the near future. Randomly throw out this fun fact. Don't get rid of any of your fusion guys. It may feel like a drop of water in the bucket, but I finished Mikage in 9 months, and you can too. Stag Knight's really good as well. He's got the pivotal decreased attack and defense and speed. The 3 most important debuffs in the game, probably. He's got them all. I think that's it for the Sleeping Champs. Hey, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you, Necrocron. Thank you. Someone said I should prioritize Tatura. So I'm not going to say I necessarily disagree. But here's the thing. If you start building up more legendary champions, you've already got a Rathalos who isn't booked. So this is a 4-turn cooldown right now. This is a 4-turn cooldown right now. He's A1ing most of the fight. You've got him who isn't booked. So this is on a 4-turn cooldown. That's on a 3-turn. That's good. But this is probably the most important ability to deal with your waves. And then they're inconsistent too because you don't have the buff chances. So this is what I mean when I've told people lots of times, like a booked epic is actually more powerful than an unbooked legendary, because a booked epic is going to have 100% chance to place the debuffs, and it's going to have 3-turn cooldowns. So they're just better if they're booked up. And so the same thing will happen with Tatura. If you prioritize her, yeah, she's a great champion, right? This buff is great. Super great for Hydra. You know, she'll keep your team going. But can you book her? And if you start booking her, then you're putting Supreme Kael and Rathalos on the wayside, and then all your effort that you've poured into these champions thus far is kind of wasted. So you really need to pick one legendary, build them, book them, and a lot of the time I'll wait until I have enough books to fully book a champion before I ever invest in them. And that's probably the best way to do it, even with the epics most of the time, is to take your time and think about who is going to be the most pivotal, who's going to let you do the most different amounts of content and open up the most stuff, let you climb some more stages, and then invest in them fully for a while. Hey, no problem. That's what I'm here for, sir. Happy to help. Let me know if you ever have any more questions.
I have a question.
As long as the legendary is not Armand's. Who? Who's that? Armand's. I don't know. I don't know what that is. What's an Armand's? Is that like some kind of dish? I think that's a meal you prepare for people in jail, right? Or something? No. Ironic. I never got... This is the fusion I never got, and he's a goddamn bard. Oh, rip. The bard is missing the bard. One day, I'll be rich and I'll just buy him, and I can be happy. Okay. What am I doing here? I don't have money. So I can't, like, do any more direct work. I do need to walk away for a minute. I wanted to try the Fire Knight, but it's gonna have to wait till another night. I'll be back in just a moment. Feel free to ask any questions you got, and when I come back, I'll read chat and answer anything, check out anything you want me to. This is my roster. Yeah, Hein Shoes. Definitely. I actually used all of my 6-star champions to level up Harrier, my new favorite champion. I just picked a Harrier and I just leveled them all up with 6-star champions as food. That's the new meta, right?
I thought you said a chicken was your best champion.
Alright. We made it back. Check chat. Yeah, sadly you will need more gear. Shield sets included. At least one decent shield set, and then we can maybe make it work, but if you get 2 decent ones, that would be even better. And silver is obviously the big struggle. Another thing, you could be processing a lot of your gear as you go. I don't know if you've ever had any talks about that, but if you hang out long enough, I'll be able to get into it more. But just as like a quick thing, you want to be trying to find pieces of gear that have good potential. Like for crit damage gloves, you know you need crit rate on them. So all these other gloves that don't have crit rate, if they have speed, but if they don't have crit rate or speed, then sell them. And then, yeah, try to find like stats that you really need on stuff. Try to get speed on as many of your other pieces as you can so we can increase the density of that while we're going. And then roll some of those things so that when I hop back on later on, if you have me hop back on if you want help in the future, that there's already a good pile of gear here with speed and crit rate and stuff like that rolled into, so you know where your good gear is. And then the ones that roll bad, like you roll this, it's a flat HP rolled into double flat attack. When you're processing gear, just sell that. If you have enough HP gauntlets. I don't know your current gear situation entirely, but if you have other HP gauntlets, this is a terrible one. If you have any other ones that are good, like if you have ones that have speed on them, they're all better than this one. And this one has lost its potential because it rolled into a useless stat. And rolling stuff to 8 to check them is probably the best way. Unless it's like a super questionable one. If it's like it needs to all hit speed or I'm trashing it, then I'll roll them 4 at a time. I broke the music again. I need to smoke weed. I've been stalling way too long. Sorry, chat.
Is that because you broke your rig last night?
I did break my rig last night. Why'd you have to remind me? I brought out the old one. So I have a usable one. It's got a big old crack in it that I don't know if y'all can see, but it's not leaking. And it works. It's serviceable. Yeah, I dropped my bong on stream last night and fucking shattered it. My goodness. That was awkward. I got stage 20 teams. Now I'm working on heroes for an unkillable clan boss team. Also trying to get something done in the arena with mixed results. Close to getting to gold. Nice, nice. Need the tokens for the Arbiter mission? Yeah. Yeah, the arena is something that is probably like the most slept on resource that I see on accounts, honestly. Most people don't realize until it's way too late how important these things are. And so the way I like to deal with the arena, while we're here I'll chat about this too. I like to have a team that goes really fast, and if it wins fast, it wins, and if it loses fast. So kind of like this. I mean, let's see. I like Deacon. I like the damage dealers. I would like to have another booster if I could. I would just use Apothecary. And I would run Deacon or Apothecary. Run one of them way faster than the other one. And then you have two boosters. You can run your damage dealers slower. They'll be getting like 35% turn meter boost or something accumulatively. You got your decreased defense already built into Deacon. So then when you're going through, you're just, click and you either win or you lose, and then you're on to the next one. And then I'll pop into the classic arena and hit a refresh, even if I have no intention of doing fights. Just so I can, when I come back and I have a little bit more time later, then I can do a couple of fights. Yeah. I don't know if I really explained my thought process very well there. I got distracted. I need the weed. Stopping everything else, and we're getting high. If you're lacking stats, it's a dragon thing most likely. Yeah, people say that because dragon's typically the easiest one to push in. People can almost always do dragon before they can do the other dungeons. It's the easiest of the three. But if you can do stage 20 on all of them, which should be one of the first, early pushes, is trying to unlock stage 20 on everything so that you can do the milestones from all the events. Then you're going to get the same stats everywhere. And he specifically needs Fire Knight because he needs a shield set to get his Wixwell team going. He needs at least one good shield set. But he's got Apothecary and Deacon. I mean, if he had a cold card, it would make it even easier. I'll redeem the needed thing whenever I get enough points. Fair enough. If you catch me on a night where I don't have anything going on, that works really well. Sometimes people throw me some cash to open up time. Sometimes people's schedule doesn't line up and they can only get on, during the day when I'm not streaming. So I got a couple of people who have paid me to make time during the day when my kids are at school to hop on and help them do stuff as well.
Ha, I just got that.
What'd you just get? Say as a last note before I get off your account, run your energy down. Which is energy that could be a new chicken to rank somebody up, or it could be a set of mastery scrolls in the Minotaur. It could be a handful of gear, or just freaking silver. It doesn't matter. Start turning it into resources. Only save energy in the form of gems and things here that you can save for 99 days or whatever. And make sure you're checking this like every day or two. Make sure that you're not letting any of this stuff expire. Well, Wixwell, Geo, Rathlos are going to be your top damage. I see to start with. Yeah, I can pull that back up. I don't know if he has room for. It's going to be tough when he comes back with the gear. We'll make the official call then, but I think he might only have room for one damage dealer in the team because I believe we're going to need a speed booster. But Geo and a team, an Infinity Wixwell team, can get you into Ultra Nightmare, and it'll be like overnight. So if all else fails, we'll run with that. But yeah, if we can pump more damage, cool. But it doesn't matter if you get Ultra Nightmare. That's all that really matters. It doesn't matter that I do 400 million damage. After 70 million, it stopped mattering. And it's just for funsies, really. I still get the same loot as everybody else. What's your team running right now, Clan Boss? I'll show you when I hop back on in a minute. That chat was wrong. Oh, what can work until I grind champions to complete the Wixwell team? Okay, fair. But Geo's in a sucky build. Like, Geo needs to be fixed. He doesn't have any accuracy. He can't do any of the stuff he needs. Like, he doesn't need to deal damage directly. He needs to have the accuracy to operate. So I'd say Geo probably would be a great slot in there, but until that's fixed, he's not serviceable. Oh, excuse me. Probably that.
I'm gonna add a bot.
See, we did 30 mil here. You did do this. 10 mil. Okay, so let's just run it and see what happens. I think I touched up on Annex's gear. What was...
I'm gonna add a bot command to your stream where people can automatically vote at the end of your stream for what word was your favorite that night.
Vote for what word was my favorite?
Yeah.
I don't know if there's a bot command for that.
It's gonna be an auto poll.
An automatic poll. Just for people so people can tell me what my favorite word was. And then maybe add one so they can tell me how many words I fucked up.
Well, tonight is gonna be serviceable.
Serviceable. That is my favorite word tonight. Serviceable.
You don't say.
I've used it quite a few times. I think you're right. The free champion looks insane. What are my thoughts? Well, let's click this start. see what it ends up like, so I can give thoughts on this when it's done. And I'm gonna pull up the Alice. You said free champion? Yeah, we're talking about the free one. I forgot to post the Mad Hatter in the Fusion files. I do have a screenshot of him somewhere as well. His kit is out. So let's get into Alice the Wanderer.
Who makes Raid Shadow Legends?
Who makes Raid Shadow Legends? Plarium.
Okay, Plarium, I want you to listen to me. Next, we need a Nightmare Before Christmas.
Nightmare Before Christmas next? Yeah, I'll start asking viewers. And what do you guys think about Nightmare Before Christmas? That's not a...
Oogie
That's
Boogie
not an
Fest.
open IP though, right?
Yeah,
So
you're
it's something
right.
that they'd have to pay for,
It
which
is.
they do. But all right,
Oogie
so let's
Boogie
get into
Fest.
Alice. Alright, I always like to start with their passives. When this champion attacks, inflict 3% bonus damage to each target for each turn remaining on all of their skills cooldowns. It's calculated individually for each target. Then it has an active effect. Reset the cooldown of one of this champion's skills whenever they kill somebody. So whenever they kill somebody, they get their skill back. And then for all the skills on cooldown, they get more damage. For each turn, did it say? For each turn remaining. Yeah. So... something that is not well known. Oh, this is on ×1 gross. Something that's not well known about these kinds of skills is it goes through Stone Skin. You can set people's skills back even when they're on Stone Skin, right? And then in addition to that, it doesn't proc polymorph. So she's got A2, 75% chance, increase the cooldown of all enemy skills by 2 turns. 75% chance of decreasing the target's turn meter, also not polymorph. And then, yeah, it's 30% as long as they're doing the cooldown thing. So she can't be polymorphed, and she's a shutout. And if you pair her with another similar shutout, like Warlord or Acrixia or somebody else who does cooldown, then she scales up her damage even further. And most of the time you want to run 2, I mean depending on what you're doing, but usually you're running 2 damage dealers. So they pair really good together. Attack one enemy, ignores 20% of the target's defense. That makes it really easy to get her into true damage. 15% is actually all you need to pretty easily get into true damage. And then, 20% just makes it 5% easier, right? If the target is killed, also attacks the lowest HP enemy. So if you kill somebody else too. Which is also going to be resetting her cooldowns anytime. And this one also has... oh no, that skill... wait, what? Will also... okay, so both the hits ignore defense is all that's saying. That's weird worded. Threw me off there. And her A1 has it's 2 hit with a chance for an extra hit. As long as they have skills on cooldown. Extra hits, as we know, typically smack pretty hard. And then decreasing the duration of buffs also doesn't proc polymorph. So all of her kit is like PvP oriented to screw with the other team, but just perfect so that she doesn't get polymorphed all the time. You will need an extender for sure. How do you mean? What are we talking about here? Need an extender? Are we talking about the clan boss team? Yeah, he's got 2 extenders on the back burner right now. He's got the works for an Infinity team. He just needs the gear now. He's got all of them booked and everything. If you pull a Cold Heart, sir, hold on to it. I don't know if you've ever pulled one, but there is some rares that are definitely worth holding on to. Like I mentioned, Kurzad. Cold Heart is another pivotal one. Cold Heart's, I think, the only champion I've built 2 of. Like, 2 6-starred all the way up fully built champions. So highly recommend picking up a Cold Heart or two. At least build one and use the second one for a Faction Guardian. Never pulled her. Okay. Dang. Got a pretty stacked roster for dodging Cold Heart every time. That's a rip. Sorry to hear that. But it do be like that. I went like 6 months before I finally got a Reviver, I think it was. I had some really weird holes in my roster at the start of my account. Yeah, I don't know what you were running before, but this looks like the same damage. It's gonna do like 10 mil. And that's what you did before. You might get like an extra mil here or something. Apothecary is too squishy, clearly. Or everybody is. I mean, he only died one rotation first, I guess, is what I'm saying. So maybe he's not too squishy. I don't remember looking at his build. Yeah, we got an extra mil. So I guess it is a little better. 1.5 mil more. I don't know if that actually helps you get further. But alright, what time are we at? 11:30. I think I'm ready to get off your account. And you probably need to go to sleep. You said it's like 6 in the morning where you're at and you haven't slept yet. I'd probably grab this too. I don't know if you've ever heard of the method, but don't upgrade any of them, just unlock them all. And then grab like some 4 stars that you're not gonna, like your chicken 4 stars, not the ones you actually want to keep. And brew them up to level like 31 or something, and then pop them in here and just fill this whole thing up with them, and then that's how you make your max level 4 stars. And then when you're running campaign and stuff, you just run 3 stars and then rank them up into 4 stars while you wait for these to go, and then you can 6-star somebody every week doing that. Yeah, run down your energy. Try to get below cap as soon as possible. Turn that energy into resources that you can work with. And then do that every day. And treat the arena tokens the same way. Try to keep them below the cap. Even if it means before you go to sleep, just lose 5 times. If you got 5 tokens, you're like, I don't have time to look for wins and do refreshes. Never spend gems on the refreshes. Only take the free refreshes. But yeah, even if it's just, I'm going to bed and I got 5 tokens left, literally just go in there and lose 5 times, because you're setting your MMR down lower so that when you refresh in the morning, you'll have a bunch of easier fights. And you'll probably still be capped on your tokens before you get back. You could probably be saving for fusions too. I don't know if you've been doing that, but once you get, I guess you kind of need stage 20 or at least 16 on all the dungeons to do it efficiently. Oh, I need to plug in. Can I take that, please? Thank you. I appreciate you. I didn't realize I was really low. I lost my train of thought. It's gone now.
Okay.
All gone.
Silence that.
Okay. Back in the comfort of my own home. Thanks for letting me play around on your own account.
Big.
I did like it. That was fun. But obviously it's, less stressful to be on your own account. What's up, love?
You've been here the whole time.
I've been here the whole time. Alright, this is what I want to knock out the most. By the way, if anybody has a updated Plarium calendar, or as soon as it comes out, please post it into the Fusion files in the Discord. Much appreciated. I'll throw out some free points for anybody who does. Actually, I need to give Gwen some free points for last time.
By you.
Yeah, you haven't taught me how to do it yet, babe. By me, I mean I need my wife to do it, or I need to be taught how to do it, or look up how to do it.
It's a process.
It's a
I'll
process?
have to do it after the stream.
Do they have to be in the stream to do it?
No.
You can do it after the stream, though?
Yes.
Okay. Well, don't stay up for it, but...
Well, yeah, no. Nope. I'll be getting up by the time that you go to bed. I think you might have just been going to sleep when I went to bed.
Giving everybody lockout is going to be scary. Yeah, fuck your stone skin. Does that scare you? I have like nobody in stone skin, so that's how I feel about it. 6:30. Oh, 6:30 in the morning.
Gross.
Gross.
I'd be getting up for work. Well, I would already have kids on the bus.
Need an extender. Appreciate your help. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you letting me play around on your account. That was fun. I'll be out now. Okay, gotcha. Good night if you're still here. Appreciate you hanging out. Only for go second teams. Go first teams will still love Alice. Yeah, I mean, that's what I run, is to go first. I don't like go second, it takes too long. I don't have time for that.
You want to go for two?
Oh, excuse me. But I don't know much about PvP, honestly. Don't let me jerk you around. I'm not an expert on PvP by any means. I'll share what I know gladly, but I'm always... That's the first thing I say when somebody asks me for like tag team takeover, stuff like that, is... I'm not an expert. Basically, I'm going to make you 3 classic arena go first teams if you ask me for a tag arena takeover. That's what I'm looking to do, because that's how I run my teams. I don't want to sit in there for, 20 minutes a day. I want it to go through 15 seconds of fight, because I got 20 goddamn tokens to spend, and I want it to be done. Whether, that's just... I'm not going to sit in there for hours. The only time I make an exception is when I'm pushing to get up to a new tier. I'm an expert compared to you, and that's all that counts. Well, hell yeah. Happy to help. 20, not 30 token guy. Bad efficiency. Well, we could argue about that.
It's a discussion.
We could discuss that calmly and collectively.
Like gentlemen.
Like gentlemen. I disagree. I think that it's not worth spending all of those, because I get enough gold bars to do whatever the hell I want in here. I don't want any of this other shit that I'm not buying. This is a terrible rate for an epic book. That's so many goddamn fights for an epic book. This is good. All the stuff that I buy is worth it, but I'm still fine on my medals, So spending gems to get the extra fights I don't think is worth it. The exception for that is during a personal reward CVC, I will buy 10 extra tokens a day, because that's a lot of extra points in a CVC. So that's how I feel about that.
That's not much of a
Well, it can be a discussion if he wants to reply.
Okay.
But I'm just going to give him my stance. He gave his stance.
Right now, you're
Or
a
they gave
soapbox.
their stance. Tree Fart is the leader here. Tree Fart is winning. And I've never been so happy to see a name at the top of a list like that. Okay, so now that we've unlocked this, before we collect it, there's always a decision to make here. Do I want it for this pool? Because a lot of the time, I don't. I'll let them sit there, and I'll collect them after this pool closes if I think there's a good chance that the next Prism pool is going to be better for my account. So that's definitely something to, especially if you're a free-to-play player, take a look at this pool every time before you draw those into your account. It's okay to let them sit there until the tournament expires. I'm bronze, so I need at least buy tokens in the tournament to get max rewards. Oh, for the... I see. Yeah, that makes sense. And if you are gold, you probably need to buy tokens if you want to buy all the good stuff. I don't know, the amount that you get goes up. Like, I get 100 per fight where I'm at. And every time you go up a tier, it goes up more. I think you get like 170 per fight at the start of gold. Isn't this pool stacked with good heroes? I don't know really yet. I'm not certain. I haven't... We're going to get into that right now, and we're going to talk about it and think about it on stream. Because sometimes I don't get to do all my research. So the first thing I look at, because these, for a free-to-play player, don't even look at the legendaries. Hoping for, having too high of expectations, having too good of expectations is a bad experience. And the chance of us getting one of these is 6%, even though they stacked it up. There's more goddamn legendaries here than there is epics. 94% of the time, I'm going to get an epic. And I'm only going to get 1 or 2 every time the pool opens. So I'm looking at epics to decide if I want to pull. We got a Mikage fusion. Mordekai's good. Let's see. We'll just start. Am I missing any of these champions? The only one I'm missing is Lady Annabelle. And I would really like her. I have a 6-star soul for her. And she would be nice for Curse City for solving Bommel when he comes up. She can solo Bommel really easily. Why'd the music stop? I hit the end. I need to fix that. Sorry, folks. Appreciate your patience. Yes, but the Sacred and Lego books are super expensive. But they're Sacred. Lego books are super expensive, and I think they are worth it. Not 100% sure what you mean by that, but so Huskarl's good, Farrakhan's good, Stag Knight's good, Elfrig is a Mikage fusion, so is this lady Illusinia. I'm done with Mikage, however. Neldor is good. He's kind of not... Like, single target, 2-turn stun is pretty cool, but... I think Tyrael is kind of outdated. Neldor can be good for solving Fire Knight, but I've already done Fire Knight hard 10. Ooh, this one's sticky, gross.
Yeah, sorry.
Holy moly, you glue these things shut, don't you?
Well, no. But it is gel polish.
Need to get a little gripper thing for when you ask me to open those things. They're tiny, hard to hold on to.
They're really little.
I just got her, haven't built her, but she looks fun. Armina. Mordecai, I think I might have mentioned, is good. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 good champions here. Yeah, so there's only 4 bad hits, really. And if you don't have Deacon, Deacon is arguably the best epic in the game. I think it's kind of a three-way tie for the best epic in the game, probably. Another thing, that's not the only factor here when it comes to these shards. Because even if I do like this pull, and I think I am going to pull, for the reason I told you not to pull for this is because of the legendaries. I just told you guys don't, but it's been so long since I got a legendary, I might be due. But, you know, I would be happy with any of these except for Wixwell and probably her. I don't know who the hell she is. Yeah, I don't want her. So I'd be sad if I got her, I guess. But everybody else I'd like. And then there's a handful of decent epics and one that I really want. But the next thing, when we are pulling these, if I do want to pull it, I'm going to take it onto my account. Now we need to look at the Plarium calendar, which I don't think I have posted yet. One of the computer users will have to help me out and post it into the Fusion file. Which will probably happen in the next day or 3. Y'all are pretty good about helping me out when I need it. Or helping the community out, really, because everybody looks at that stuff. Where was I going with that? Champion Chase. That's where I'm going with that. These things... Not these things. Damn it. These things right here, they almost always line up with a Champion Chase event. So, and it's always on the last day when they do. It's just a 1-day overlap. So I always save them until the very last day. And they like to drop these events for 2 days before they announce the Champion Chases, too. So everybody will get it and pull it and then be waiting for the other Fusion events and stuff. And then boom, it's a Champion Chase and you lost 350 points. So definitely save those for the Champ Chase. Yep, exactly, sir. That is absolutely the reason. But yeah, I do think I'll be pulling for that. So now that that is sorted away, what the hell am I doing tonight? I have to upgrade a piece of gear. 1 piece of gear. Nope, not so. I missed that, babe.
Said, woo! Isn't that what we did?
Woo!
Woo! Upgrade gear, woo!
Woo! We're doing it. No, I'm kind of nervous because now I'm running out of content. I don't know what I'm going to do with myself.
I want to know what everybody thinks of the Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah, that's a good point. What does everybody else think about the Alice in Wonderland? I love Alice in Wonderland. But I heard MTG Jedi does not like it. What does everybody else think? I've always liked the story. I liked the movie when I was a kid, and then I grew up and found out it was a dark, twisted story as well, and then the live action came out, and I loved that, so I found out it was Alice in Wonderland, and I was right on that bandwagon, no questions asked.
You have to read the answers outside.
I'll let you know when people talk about it. If people talk about it.
I can give my opinion first.
What's your opinion?
So, I do like it. However, I will be very upset if they go the Disney route.
They didn't.
So, for those that have read like the original, it's so fucked up. And I think that that belongs in a video game that's not like, Kingdom Hearts.
Agreed. Yeah, they actually have a semi-horror game.
Oh, do they?
As well. It's Alice in Wonderland.
Really
Yeah, it's been an
fucked
open
up,
IP for a while.
twisted, full of drugs version is so freaking cool and gives me Shutter Island vibes. So I think that is super cool. However, if
Time
they
to
go
move
the
through
Tim
here.
Burton Disney route, I will be a little bit upset.
Tim Burton one was pretty good.
The Tim Burton one was Disney, though.
I like the characters. There was also a great PC game, Alice Returns or something. Yeah, I think it was on consoles. Well, one of them was on console, unless we're talking about different ones, but they're probably the same one. Did I think I already hit some of these, so I'm going to refresh. But luckily, the fusion is not a must-have, so I can skip without feeling bad. Yeah, actually, do you mind if anybody has a screenshot of the Mad Hatter skill kit? Could they post it into the Fusion files? Because I can't until I'm done streaming, but if somebody else does, we can talk about him too. Talk about.
Put a picture of Mad Hatter up?
Yep. We can talk about what kind of accounts might be looking to use him, like where he'll be useful and stuff. Alice is clearly like PvP and Eternal Dragon. Yeah, she could be used as like a boss damage dealer too, maybe, because they all have cooldowns too, right? So maybe that'll scale up pretty good on bosses. It's very possible. We'll have to wait and see what her multipliers are and whatnot. She might be serviceable for that content as well.
Show you it's serviceable.
Will you?
My eyeballs once I go to sleep.
Don't have it, only heard it in a video? Fair enough.
The original story?
Well, there's 6 people here. Somebody might have it. Just shout at me if you post it, and I'll pull it up and we'll talk about it.
The Mad Hatter?
Mad Hatter. It is findable. Like Reddit and probably YouTube and stuff. Appreciate you, love. I just look like an idiot when I start searching for stuff and I'm looking down at my crotch when I'm on stream. Yeah, it's not a good look.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Really?
What happened?
That's how they did him?
He doesn't look good, if
He
that's what
doesn't.
you're talking about.
No.
Like his aesthetics.
It's not good.
Would never buy books. I just saw that Inferno. Talking about game books.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a tough one because, like, books are the biggest bottleneck, but they're so goddamn overpriced because they know everybody needs them so bad. So I kind of hate that. Should probably do some live arena, I suppose.
Can you put pictures in the...
Fusion files?
Oh. I meant... I thought I was putting this in your...
No, just post it into the
Stream.
Discord thing so everybody can see it when they're not on stream too, if you don't mind.
Not done. I just grabbed a picture. I don't have...
You don't have the skill kit?
It was blurry.
Oh, well.
I mean... I can try and grab it, but it's really blurry. Oh, wait.
Okay, I'm gonna put this down.
Got it.
You got it?
Yeah.
Sweet. I think it's time to get a little more high. I think I've only done like one dab the whole stream. I got really into that takeover. I was having fun.
Is that it?
Did you post?
Yeah.
Yeah, pull that up. Let me scrape my dab first, and then we will talk about it while I heat my dab. I think you guys can hear me if I speak up while I'm heating it. Just gotta talk like this, you know? Ha ha ha, big voice. Okay, grab the bong, clear some table space so we don't freaking drop it again. I'm kind of torn. I hate to skip a fusion, period, and especially one that's Alice in Wonderland. I want them all, you know. But the one I want the most is like the cat, because I love the cat. I always have. Sure, we'll buy energy. Alright, his passive is another turn-based. Every 10 ally turns, heals all allies by 20% of their max HP. Every 6 enemy turns, place True Fear on all enemies for 1 turn. Which is kind of a neat passive. I heard talk of Chimera, but it literally is coded to not work in Chimera. And there's no fucking way around it, because the 6th turn will be when the ram form starts. Which is when you want to have the fear. But it'll be immediately when his turn starts. And the first debuff that the ram gets, he reflects back to you. So he'll just be scaring himself. Which is, you know, fitting for the Mad Hatter to scare himself, I suppose. He has a 3-turn cooldown, increase duration of all buffs, and decrease the duration of all debuffs, and turn meter fill. So it's kind of like part of Mikage's first form A2. Like half of it, but then with some turn meter fill. His A2 is an AoE, Hex and Weaken. And then their strongest ally teams up and attacks the main target. But the damage from that ally increases by 10% for each debuff on the target. That's nutty. So that can give you a 100% increase on your A1. So like my ninja already hits for like 1.3 mil or higher sometimes with his A1. So he could hit for 2 point something mil, like 2.5 mil or so. Oh no, decapped Hydra Head is what I'm thinking. You know, Hex and Weaken, AoE. Obviously, my mind went to Hydra. A1 steals random buffs and debuff spread to enemies under Hex. Yeah, I think he's a decent Hydra champion. Think of that ally attack with, like, Teox. My goodness. It was pretty cool. Or a really well-built Masha Led, unlike mine. Just can't get the accuracy I want. And still have him hit super hard. So he hits okay. And he has the accuracy I want. Increase, decrease is the thing that makes me want to have him. Well, yeah, it makes it easy then if you're uncertain. Sorry, I will have a mic to mute very soon. I appreciate everybody's patience with my coughing. I'll try to do it less. If I stop talking for a minute when I do it, I'll cough less.
Someone said it was really loud.
They told me not to die.
Oh. Well, I mean, they're right.
Appreciate your concern. I also don't want to die. But yeah, if you're on the fence about needing him, and you're low on resources, then it sounds like the perfect time to skip. I've been looking for a fusion to skip. This might have to be the one I'm thinking of. I don't know. I love Alice in Wonderland, though. And I could really use another Hex champion. What a... His kit's not bad.
Uh-oh.
I'll let the cat in just a moment.
Make sure you don't let the other one in.
Excuse me.
It's usually following in.
You got it, love.
Considering it's not, ours.
Gotta go let the cat in. That is one cool cat. Because it's like 5 degrees out or something.
7.
7. Ooh.
Yeah, it's warm.
Heat wave. Heat wave. Short weather? It's shorts weather. Pretty sure. We're going to the river tomorrow then?
What? I missed something.
I said shorts weather. Are we going to the river tomorrow then?
Absolutely not.
Such a naysayer. Yeah, I'm real on the fence about the Mad Hatter. I don't know what I'm going to do about it. Fusions are pretty darn spendy, and I'm pretty spent, and it's not like I'm going to be building them anytime soon. I got so many champions to build and book. Epic looks really cool, though. It's one of the best epics in the game, I think. Really strong revive. Yeah, anybody who's not doing the Mad Hatter fusion, definitely grab one or two of the epics. I wish I would have grabbed Signy. She would be so fun to play with for Chimera. One of my biggest regrets. Next, close second to missing Armand's, Signy. Close, very close second. But just with Rector Drath and the Great Hall bonuses that I have, Rector Drath's passive gives extra resistance to champions under the Veil. My Newt was resisting a lot of the stuff in the Chimera. So if I maxed out the Great Hall, had an increased resistance buff in Rector Drath, I think that'd be fun to play around with. Alright, let's get out of here, because this is lame. We do have to do it, though, for this thing. I mean, I do this every day. Once you can get up to 15, I recommend you do it every day. Probably actually at 11. If you can't do 11, I don't think you should do it every day. You should push for the milestones and probably prioritize getting into like normal key on Hydra before you farm this every day. But if you can do 11 to 15, farm it every day. Or was it 12? Oh, it's 11, yeah. Alright. Something different. The Cursed City, the worst cursed city that I've seen in a long time. I am screwed here, boys. Or chat. If you're not all boys. Gentlemen. My apologies. But I gotta gear Rathalos differently to get through here, I think. Unless I left him in Destroy. Which, at this point, I almost might as well. Okay, so we still need another piece there. And then I have to swap his ring out, too. So I'm hesitant to go and do that right away, but once I run out of nodes that I can do, I think I can push further behind it. Some of them, maybe. Yeah, there's a lot of maybes in here, isn't there? No, we'll leave you, take you, move you. Is that the epic for the fusion then, I guess? I would imagine. I don't know if it really seemed Alice related. That new, what's it called, Unity guy looks pretty crazy. Like really crazy. Drop everybody's HP down to the lowest and bring all your people's HP up to the highest. That's a crazy skill. What were they thinking? Does that even need accuracy or does it just happen? $50. Could we beat this guy? God, that's lame.
What'd you say?
God, that's lame.
Oh.
I got
lane.
the world's strongest Odachi here, though. If you didn't know, I got a video on it about it on YouTube. Go ahead and check that out. World's strongest Odachi. I don't know if it actually is. I just thought it'd be a good thumbnail or whatever. Let's see. How do we fight you? I think we start cleansing. Oh, he can't cleanse off poisons. That's the one thing he can't do, right?
What the? Oh.
I should have done his thing first. That would have kept her from getting that ally protect. That would have been cool. Is UDK ever gonna go? Okay, thank you.
You know, he and I talked, and he's just really sick of you rushing him.
UDK? Well, that's because I have no speed on him. He's in, like, Stone Skin Savage. It's my own fault.
So he says that he's feeling a little judged.
Good.
And he would like you to either quit or fix it. He just doesn't feel like performing when you're being like that towards him.
Well, he doesn't really do his job, so...
Well, you just said that's your fault.
Okay.
Listen, I'm just being a middle person here.
You're a good mediator.
Thanks. It's literally part of my job. So, there's that. Glad I did that well.
Or if I can just auto now, maybe now that they're dead. Just pay attention, catch it when they revive. Except for then UDK starts healing, which isn't good because he's the damage dealer and he takes 1,000,000 turns. Whoa, slow down, guys. Don't get yourselves killed here. Okay, have at it. Sure you have it handled now. Cool beans. It's okay. I don't like it, but I'll try it. Well. I think, what do I want to do with these? Because it's not like I can kill Amius. Well, when you put it that way... Got a whole goddamn Hydra team in here I could use against Amius. Maybe I can. If I could get to him, but I can't get through here. Wonder if I go up through here, though. Nope. So, that being said, it might be worth pushing... Might be worth pushing normal to get to Amius sooner for the accessories. So I can be using my keys easily every day while I figure out how to get through those nodes that are a struggle. Last rotation, it actually took almost all my keys. I skipped like a couple of days, you know. I just realized something about my Newt. I need to fix his thing before I forget about it again. Because to run the Sand Devil... Yeah, I'm not going to run more of it. No, I'm not going to use that. But to run the Sand Devil, I have to swap his shield out. Got a bunch of energy. Oh, that's it. Okay. I get the 3. 1.2 mil. Can't even beat the city on normal yet? Yeah. My best advice for that is to focus on... Try to build like a well-rounded team for each of these. So try to make sure like you have at least a damage dealer, a healer and or a reviver, you know, some buffs and debuffs in each faction. And while you're pushing up faction wars, that'll push your Cursed City further. So I've been killing Amius every rotation on normal for... I think this will be the 5th rotation. I haven't killed him on hard yet. And last rotation on normal, I think, was the first time I cleared out every single node. And some of it took a little bit of, like I had to move somebody into destroy. No, I put Newt in regen to kill the beetle. Is how I killed that in the Cursed City rotation last month or whatever. Yeah, month. So yeah, if you get stuck on nodes and you have champion options, I can tell you how to beat any of those bosses as well. And the same is true for the Doom Tower. I can solve pretty much all those with almost any roster, but you might have to build a champion to get it done, you know. But definitely worth making sure you're getting to the top of Doom Tower. If you're getting to normal, you should be pushing hard. And when you're doing, even if you're only getting up to like halfway through or even a couple bosses through into hard, you should be starting with hard every rotation. That way with your silver keys you can farm the harder bosses and get the better forge materials, because even if you're not going to use the gear, it is more silver. I'm not supposed to look that way when I talk. My bad. At the computer screen, I've started a habit of looking at the chat over there when I'm talking, but I picked up from watching other streamers that it's not as great if they're not looking at the camera. So I should read chat and then look back at the camera and talk.
Not ADHD friendly, got it.
Not ADHD friendly.
Because I would look at that chat and be like,
Yeah, I stare at the chat a lot and talk, but it's not the way to do it.
Like, whatever way you do it, it's the way to do it. Oh.
Yeah, but I'm learning to get better, you know, all the time. You gotta be able to adapt, improvise, adapt, overcome.
Listen, I deal with people every day. It's the end of it.
I'll let you guys finish this. Oh, they're gonna kill the shit out of this thing. I'll start another one so you have something to look at while I hit the restroom real quick. This is not a good example of one of those well-rounded teams that I was talking about. I didn't have Newt when I beat this. I might have had one. No, I didn't. I had Gala. Gala was my nuke. And then Geomancer resets the turn meter and stuff. No healer. Never built one here. And the other one that's open is another perfect example of a terrible... When I got through this, it was... He was not 6-starred. I don't even think he was 6-starred. So I think they were both in there, but they were 5 stars, and they were just dying over and over and getting revived over and over, and then eventually I would kill the boss with War Master or something. So that's how that one goes. It's better now with that guy, I think, but I'm not going to make you watch the boss fight because I haven't actually tested it to make sure it's faster. I'll be right back. Did the first secret room. Second secret room. Oh, I can do the first boss on hard, which is nice. Cool. Also did the first secret room, second secret room, second boss. Get me a bit stuck. Well, what's the boss right now? I don't recall at the moment, but I can tell you, you know, some off the cuff pointers that might help you out. The nether spider. One has a lot of options for how you can kill it. My first method for killing it was with Mordecai as the only damage. And I think it was like Ugo and Deacon, and both of them had to have their A2s shut off. So they would just do the turn meter and their A1s and the heals. And I think Reliquary Tender was on the team. You know, that lady right there. Because she's got the cleanse and heal and revive. Let's go look at it. Let's take a look-see. God, that's still how I'm killing it. Oh my goodness. Look at that 6-minute run. Yeah, so that's how you can fight it. You just have to shut off any AoE attacks. There's better ways to do it, but... So, let's break this up. I don't know, do you have Deacon? You have Katoon? Everybody's got Katoon. You can use Katoon there. Could use Mordecai, but if you have somebody who can... Somebody who can strip. Cythalia is one that I played around with. Geomancer doesn't work, it's got to be an AoE. Another thing to watch out for is you can't bring people in who have AoEs on their A1, and they're guaranteed to proc a bunch of counterattacks. You could use Seer, I believe. I don't even think you'd have to strip. I think she could probably... Well, if you make her accurate enough to strip, then it'll add more damage. Wonder, let's try a Seer thing. I can try this stuff for free, right? So, let's play around. So if we use you for that, and then we bring you... Is there waves before you get to the boss? I can't recall. There is. That's kind of annoying. Sweet. That's not what I want. What am I trying to test here? I am just trying to test that she can kill the spiders. Cleanser, block debuffs can help. Yeah. Cleanser's big. Decreasing its turn meter can help, but it's scary if you don't have a strong healer because he smacks back. If you're going to strip the buffs off of those spiders, you have to immediately kill them afterwards because one of her abilities repeats the attack for every spider that doesn't have the counterattack on it. So you can strip them, then you have to kill them immediately afterwards. I did not pay attention. I don't know if I have the abilities ready to go here. I might just lose. I don't have any buffs ready to go. I got too distracted. Hey, we got Karma Burn. Boom. Yeah, she's built like shit, apparently. She might not even have full gear. When I did a bunch of reworks. Let's find out. Is mine just built like shit? Or is she missing gear? Nope, she's just built like shit. It's all even maxed out even. Look at that. I suppose it is top a hard Doom Tower. I don't know how hard you'd have to, or how strong you'd have to build with Seer to actually nuke them all.
Alright. Good night, love you.
Love you.
Wait, no.
Yeah, Cleanser, if you're trying to do the slow route and just like a surefire way to get through, just have like a Mordecai to burn everything and then keep everybody alive. But if you're doing that, you can't strip the counterattack. You just have to shut off anybody's AoE attacks. I'm stuck on the normal Scarab King. Is there anything else I can tell you about the spider before I move on to the Scarab King? Don't AoE. Cleanse your shit. If you strip his shit, kill the spiders. Don't turn meter control him unless you got a good healer to follow up, otherwise he's gonna hurt you for it. Yeah, I think Doom Priest might have been on my original team. Yeah, I am finding that Seer isn't as... She's not all she's cracked up to be when you're coming through the mid-game and seeing... Which I'm mid-game, by the way. This is apparently still technically mid-game. I mean, it makes sense. I've seen accounts with just pages of legendaries, so like, where else would I be? But this is all it takes to beat almost all the content in the game, and I beat almost everything before I pulled the Newt, and then I pulled 2 of them, so now it just sped everything up. And Seer is kind of like that. Like, she's a one-trick pony. She can clear your waves, and that's all she can do. But it requires so much setup to get her to clear the waves as quickly, like, to have it make sense, that you typically get into the boss and then having like 2 people kill the boss, and the other people are all just to make Seer wipe those waves. So it's good for speed running if you have everything to do the crazy stuff, but I haven't messed with that at all. The next one we were going to talk about is the Beetle. The easiest way to beat the Beetle is to build a good, strong Poisoner with regen gear. Pretty much any Poisoner will work. I'm pretty sure Kale can do it. Why don't I go and show you the build on this? Obviously, it's going to be a little bit higher than what you can do, but this solo is the very top stage of hard mode. So this is regen and perception. You never really need regen in Immortal. Maybe in the Sand Devil, I haven't ran that and checked it, but everywhere else that I've run and seen people saying you need regen in Immortal, they're lying to you. Just a heads up. Which will happen sometimes. Obviously they're not like intentionally lying to you. It's nothing malicious, but sometimes you learn things from people and it works when you do it, and so you regurgitate that information for other people, not knowing that not all of it is necessary. Immortal is one of those things. I've got him soloing stuff without Immortal, and I've got, what is it, Samar? Do I have... Okay, I've got Immortal on him. Muckstalker? He doesn't have Immortal. I got another solo champion somewhere. I don't remember who it is right now, but... Yeah, I think Samar is the only one with Immortal. And it might have been easier to get what I needed from him if I didn't try so hard to get him into Immortal, honestly. Yeah, Perception works just fine with regen. Any Poisoner... Nope, you're not the Poisoner. It's the other lizard. Any Poisoner with regen and a blood shield accessory can kill the beetle. I can show you the start, and then I'll quit it because it takes several minutes. Okay, we are getting close to needing food. Yeah, I really wanted to see her really, really bad, and now I've got her, and I literally don't use her at all. I just haven't gotten around to building a team. I need somebody who can solo the Ice Golem quickly, I guess, and then I'll care. But right now I have UDK who can do it slowly. I just stun my way to the bosses on Doom Tower hard. Yep. Yeah, wave content control is pivotal. They get pretty silly once you're up in the top of hard mode. Some of the waves I've actually, like... I think I had to manual through a couple of them this time too, but far less this time. But for the last, like, several months, I was completing hard, but I had to manual my way through quite a few of the waves because they get really hard to fight. Yeah, this is how you fight the beetle. Just need enough accuracy. They say you need resistance. I don't have the resistance. I have like half the resistance, which seems to work fine. And that's kind of been what I've come across with the other solo builds as well. They said I needed resistance on Samar, but I didn't build resistance on him, and it works. And the same is true for Muckstalker. You don't need resistance on him. You do need something different to compensate in every scenario, though. Like Muckstalker, I needed more speed to get him back around to his heal a little bit faster. With Samar, I needed a little bit more speed and HP to survive the bombs. But getting that little bit of stats is easier. I don't want to keep doing this. Getting those little bit of speed, HP, defense is a lot easier than pumping 450 resistance into a champion. So that would be my advice, is to just say screw the resistance, because I've proven that you don't need it on many occasions. Muckstalker was my solve for the Sand Devil. He can run stage 15 by himself with 4 food. One of the first things that you should be trying to establish on, like, you should try to make sure you can do all of the tournaments because the milestone rewards are so pivotal. And then you also have like a regulated format for drawing resources from the game. You're going to be doing this dungeon, you know, once every month when the Dragon Tournament opens. You're going to be doing the Sand Devil once or twice a month when that comes out, and so on and so forth. So you're constantly doing everything that way. And early in the game, or even into the middle of the game, there's 2 good ways to do the Sand Devil without having a pretty stacked roster. And the best one for a long time, in my opinion, is a solo Muckstalker, because he can go all the way to 15. Next to that is, for the tournaments, you can nuke it down on stage 4, and if you do it in like 5 or 7 turns or something, it is pretty good point to energy ratio, and it's actually quite a bit better than the Muckstalker point ratio. But doing the Muckstalker on stage 15 lets you run food, and it gives you the mid-tier oils. So it's kind of a trade-off. You want to blow a lot more energy, but get the bigger oils and get food while you're running it? Or do you want to blow through the tournament faster, less energy, but only get small oils and not get food? I like to have both options and then choose which one suits me at any given point. A lot of the time I'll do a little bit of both too. Yep, yeah, I built a. I think it was last week or might have been the week before. I built a Godseeker ninja combo, and I got him to 24, but he couldn't do 25. But it runs on full auto on 24. Running the masteries for them, hell yeah. I don't have a Godseeker, I never got one. So that was frustrating. I had to do some weird stuff to solve the Sand Devil 25. I had to take masteries off of 3 of my champions so that they didn't hit the War Master and Giant Slayer. And then, yeah, I got Adeline running at like 300 speed. Yeah, it was weird. I also had to take my Kaimar's boots off and take Newt's shield off. Just a weird team. A weird strategy, so I'd have to tweak that every time to run it. Now the only thing I have to do is take Newt's shield off and swap it for a different one, which is a lot more convenient. And I got to put the masteries back on them all. So that's like one of my greatest accomplishments over the last week or two, honestly, is freeing up that, it's not quite roster space, but like freeing up those champions to do what I actually want them to do. Because now with this setup, I can make Kaimar go as fast as I want. I don't have to hold him back anymore. And then once I make him faster, I'll have to make Adeline a little bit faster, and then I can make Lydia faster too without breaking the team comp. So it allowed me to move stuff around and not be so locked down. Now the only person that's locked down into a build that I hate is my second Newt, which I'm fine with. I don't need 2 Newts to run in everything at 300 or 270 speed. I can just use one, and then have the second Newt unlock Sand Devil for me. And eventually I'll get Godseeker, and then I can fix him too. Eventually, maybe. My Void luck was never very good. Did I get a good Void one? I don't know off the top of my head if I ever pulled a good Void legendary. I think my first Void legendary pull was Vitrus the Anointed, which is a kind of trash champion. He's built around for being for PvP, but he's not. Like Thor's better, Rathlos is better, I think. I mean I got all kinds of champions that are better. Vlad. I think Vlad's probably a more comparable one that's better. Oh, Vlad, I pulled Vlad. I did pull a good Void one, it was Vlad. That's who it was. He's a champion that I booked and built, and I don't use him either. I thought I was going to use him for PvP and stuff, and I probably will at some point, but just don't think he's built quite well enough or something, maybe. I don't know. Some champions you kind of build up and then forget about them for a while because you have other priorities. I'm sure some of you have done the same. You? Never? No, okay. I'm a good citizen officer. Good, good, good. I didn't think you did. You know, I figured somebody else in the chat has done it. Not you. Of course not you. How am I doing in the tag team arena? Is that still going? That's a good question. That's worth diverting for, because there's a tournament for it. 4th place. Holy moly, that guy's got 8,000 points. And I got knocked down a level. I'm not in Silver 3 anymore. I need to burn some energy. And I didn't finish this yet, so here it goes. At least one to get me below the cap. I don't like being maxed out. You know me. You know me. I don't know why words are so hard sometimes. Yeah, 4th place. Looks like I could push up to 2nd. I will not take the 1st place, though. I was in 1st for a while, but... 8,000 points? No thank you. This little guy here is Kurzad, by the way. I mentioned him earlier. I don't know if anybody cares, but... 2 rares on a, I think, like 2.5 minute Iron Twins team. And I couldn't have done it without Kurzad. He was on every single Iron Twins team. Now I just have 2 different teams, but... Wouldn't have got here without him. I got this. I didn't have Geomancer or Newt when I beat it, by the way. So if people want help with Iron Twins too, that's a service that can be purchased or requested or bribed with viewer points. It's not that hard of a boss. Once you spend, you know, like 25 hours in a manic state figuring it out and looking at all the different options for how you can get through it. It's really just that simple. Yay, Mania! It's time for a dab. I scraped it up. I never heated it up. We get Chimera chests in a little bit too, don't we? Pretty sure that's tonight. Or not Chimera, Hydra. I do believe. I could be wrong. It might be tomorrow. Let's do one more so I can take that. We'll go knock out some tag team arena. It's probably all, it should be all like one team, one person teams. I think I'm probably going to go for the Mad Hatter. That ally attack thing could be... It's very unique, and it could be very, very strong. And he's Hex Weaken AoE. I think he seems pretty decent. I kind of like him. And his A1's even kind of strong. Pick somebody who's got some stuff that you want to spread to other people, and... target them with the A1. He's got that weird passive, which throws up fear on the enemy team, which won't apply in a Hydra. What was the other part, though? It was like... every 10 turns your team takes, he does something too, right? Is that the heal? Whoa, if it's... I think it is the heal. That'd be kind of wicked. Just guaranteed to heal every 10 turns. Yeah, that sounds pretty strong. %, every 10 turns. Every 6 he does the fear. Okay. But, does that 20% book up to a bigger heal? And would you want to build to enhance his heal? Would that be worth it? because it's guaranteed heal that doesn't have a cooldown, which is very strong in a way that's hard to define. It's like Doom Priest, right? Like, Doom Priest cleanse is one of the strongest in the game, not because it's a super strong cleanse per se, but because it just happens, and there's nothing that can stop it, except for a block passive. He can be stunned, and he'll start his turn, cleanse off his own stun, as well as the stuff from the other team, and then attack. But that heal happens too, and there's something that can't be prevented. So, and you don't have to waste a turn on it, which is another thing that makes it really good. You're never gonna have to wait. It kind of feels like a waste sometimes to use a skill, like use a turn on a heal. So his will just happen, and then you'll just be doing your AoE and your ally attack thing and your spreading debuffs all the time, and never have to actually worry about healing. It's just going to happen. If you pair that with shields, any decent shield champion is going to make that heal feel so much stronger, because you'll have that window opened up. You get hit, you throw up words are hard. You get hit, you throw up some shields, you have that time to heal up while they're beating on the shields. Especially if you're keeping a good floor for your defense. I don't know if everybody realizes that, but defense on champions, if you're intending to use them with shield champions, is pivotal, because the size of the shield is decided by whatever that the champion producing the shield does. Usually it's like the defense of the champion or the HP of the champion or how hard they hit or whatever. That's deciding the size of the shield that gets placed. But then how much damage that shield receives, ergo the usefulness of the shield on the champion, is dictated by the defense. And if you're at 2,000 defense or lower, then having a shield doesn't mean nearly as much as it does if you're at 3,000 or higher. That's my super short show on getting the most out of your shields, and really just the most out of your champions. You should have a floor for acceptable defense, unless you're using them in a very niche situation in which they're not going to get hit. But somebody at 2,000 defense, if you're pushing endgame kind of content, even if you're not technically an endgame player, like if you're doing hard Curse City, if you're doing the top of Doom Tower, if you're doing Nightmare Hydra, Brutal Nightmare Chimera, then 2,000 defense on a champion isn't enough for any of that content. They're gonna get looked at funny, and they're gonna fall over. You don't think the effect can get booked up? Gotcha. Fair enough. I don't remember if the thing posted had... No, it doesn't look like it. I think you're right. 20% max HP. But it's still every 10 ally turns, which is kind of nutty. Or it can be nutty. Especially if you're running things like Relentless, or there's a lot of champions that just take extra turns, like Deacon. Every other time Deacon goes, it's 2 turns on that counter, right? Same would be true for Seeker. There are some other ones that do it. God, there's a bazillion of them, really. But now that I'm trying to think of them, I got nothing. That's how that goes. Yeah, it's every 10 turns. For the heal. Every 10 ally turns for the heal. That is accurate. But that's actually, think about that. Every 10 ally turns. Can I look at a Hydra team? Am I allowed to? Okay, well, let's just look at champions and talk about this for a second. Every 10 ally turns, you have a heal go off. On a 6-person team. That's 1.5 times through your rotation, right? No other healer has a heal that fucking often. That doesn't fucking happen. That's so goddamn consistent. That's better than anybody. That's a 1.5 cooldown heal, right? Am I thinking about this wrong? But Ugo's 4 turn. I mean, 3 or 4 turn is pretty standard. There's 3 turn. I think his is 2 turn, but his is a single target. I think she has a 2 turn, but it's single target. But even compared to the 2 turns, these 2 turn cooldown champions are technically a half a turn behind him for the heal alone. We're just talking about the heal right now. They're a half a turn behind him because his is 1.5 at that impossible zone because it's based off your allies' rotation. You get through your team rotation 1.5 times and boom, you get your heal. They have to wait all the way to their second turn, and theirs is only single target. Well, hers is a bad example, but his is only a single target. And I think just about anybody else who has a 2-turn heal is just a single target. Mad Hatter heals everybody. So that's actually a nutty heal. Let's compare the power of heals now, though. What was Ugo's? Ugo's was the 3-turn. Let's find her. Because that's also an important factor, right? Ugo's heal says 20% of this champion's max HP, which pretty much means Ugo's heal is stronger, right? Because it's easier to build this specific champion to make the heal stronger as opposed to building up everybody else's HP general stat. So Ugo's heal is stronger, but it's twice as slow. Let's look at Cythalia's. Heals one person 75%, so basically fully heals somebody, and then heals everybody else by 20% and fills the turn meter. So Cythalia is actually very comparable heal because she has extra stuff. She's also got the turn meter fill. And fills their turn meter. Yeah, it fills everybody's turn meter. That's why she was so good in my Chimera team, because she's got 2 AoE turn meter fills. And then I put this on her, which makes her... Apparently this works additively. I don't know if people know about that. I don't know if it's working as intended, but it probably shouldn't fucking work like that. Typically things like this work multiplicatively, so you get a 15% increase to the turn meter fill, and you have 15%, so you move up to 1.175 or whatever. You know, it's a very small increase, but it's actually, this is a 30% turn meter increase now. She's just fucking busted all of a sudden. It's crazy, right? Yeah, I think that 10 turn heal is actually really nutty when you think about it like that. And even on a 5-person team, even just in dungeons, 10 rotation or 10 turns is 2 times through your turn order. So it's still on a 2-turn cooldown without him having to use a skill that actually like goes on cooldown. And I'm using cooldown loosely for the first part because it's not actually a cooldown thing. It's just based off of your turn rotations. But essentially that's a good way to make them comparable to other skills. It's basically a 2-turn cooldown on a 5-person team in like a 1.5 or 1.7 turn cooldown on a 6-person team. Damn. Yeah, okay, I have to go for him. I can't skip this fusion. Damn, I need to relook at his whole kit again. Increase the duration of all buffs and shrink all the debuffs. So he can deal with your fear thing too. That's on a 3-turn. And more turn meter fill. AoE, Hex, Weaken, guaranteed. Minus affinity problems. And then a single person strongest ally attack. Which is going to pop off with the Hex that you just placed as well. And then debuff spread. Ooh, 100% chance to debuff spread. But 50% chance to steal random buffs. So he could also deal with the cheeky reflects and stuff and ally protects that sneak through. Okay. Yeah, I really like this guy for Hydra, actually. I was kind of on the fence, but now that I was called to look at him a couple of times, and I'm thinking more about how it's gonna, like, actually apply to your turn rotations and stuff, I think he's pretty goddamn nutty. Especially, like, we could put one of these books on him, too, and turn that turn meter boost into a 35% turn meter boost. Useless in Chimera. Amazing for Hydra. Probably decent for PvP as well. Right? Let me see. I think. Yeah, maybe situationally. I don't think he's going to be amazing for PvP, but he seems like he's going to be really good for Hydra. Yeah, he does seem like a super OP Hydra champ. The more I'm thinking about it, his heal is goddamn nutty, and it's on a passive, and it's going to happen very frequently. So 20% of their HP is mighty fine by me. Mighty fine by me. Definitely gonna have to be going for him. Hey, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. I don't have a preamble prepared yet. I've been thinking about like writing one, so I like have a a rant when new people are showing up. If you're new here, I'm the Bard. I like to teach stuff and learn stuff, so if you got new news for me, feel free to share it. But also, if you have problems, feel free to share them. It's the best I got, off the cuff. I always lose my train of thought when I hear that noise. I appreciate the hell out of it, though. Don't get me wrong. Oh, we were talking about the Mad Hatter. Yeah. Yeah, he does seem really good for Hydra. I can't skip him. I was thinking maybe I'll pull back because I don't have a whole lot of shards, really. The last fusions were pretty rough on me, and I can't book another legendary champion. I'm kind of tied into... I think I want to do Noel and Nick. I really want to build them both up so I can do the unkillable clan boss team. So I can offer to build it for anybody else who has them and needs to unlock that content. Hey, thanks for showing up, hanging out. Appreciate you. Time to gold team arena. Thank you. I'm not going to gold right now, but I need to do some of this, right? Alice is super good for PvP. Yeah, Alice is really good for PvP, it looks like. She's kind of like every free-to-play player's PvP wet dream. She's going to be lockout, she's going to be good damage, she's going to pair with other lockouts, and she will not get polymorphed. And that lockout works through Stone Skin. So it's going to be really good for like a catch-up mechanic in the PvP, which is, I think catch-up mechanics on the fusions are the most important thing. Like, that's what we should be, not we, but if you don't have everything solved, catch-up mechanics on fusions are going to be like what you should be looking for, like Wixwell. He was a perfect example, because anybody who got Wixwell can easily make an Ultra Nightmare one-key team, and then just forget about the content. And then, when you progress enough that you can build your Wixwell like mine, you can still have him in that team, and you can have him in your Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss team, mischief tanking and provoking, keeping your team alive with the shields and extending the buffs. Like, he's an absolute beast for so much different content. Yeah, and he unlocks so much stuff for you. And fucking hate me for it, but so does Adeline. Come at me, I will fight people over it. Adeline unlocks content, and all the other content creators are just so used to having everything solved that they can't see it. It's that simple, and I'll fight about it. She is the reason that I beat Amius, like 3 or 4 of the times. I think 3 of the times that I've beaten him. Adeline is a solve for Amius, believe it or not. She's on my 2-minute Dragon Hard 10 team. Adeline. Couldn't do it without her. I've tried. I've fucking tried. I might be able to now, but... Adeline is a beast. Good thing I've got none of those. Okay, so you started after Adeline. I got you. I got you. I'm sorry, I can't say the same thing about Skeletor. He's cool. I don't hate him. But I don't think he's the absolute catch-up mechanic that like Adeline and Wixwell are. And Wixwell's, I do think Wixwell's in a league beyond Adeline. He's a crazy champion. I think I've even said before that, like, if you could start with any legendary in the entire game, I think he might be the one. If he's on a team, you usually don't need a healer. Like, and you don't need a reviver, because he can just keep everybody alive. And wave content can be slow with him, but he can shut down entire waves with his continual counterattack and provoke. He works like the goddamn beetle boss does in Doom Tower. Well, he will provoke and counterattack an entire team of enemies, and they can't do a goddamn thing except for A1 him again and get provoked again, and he just throws out shields on himself and intercept on himself, so it's never a problem. He does the same thing in PvP as well. Can I show Wixwell off somewhere? Who's gonna be hitting Wixwell all the time? Yeah, let's do this. That middle team looks like it might not die instantly, but also might not wipe me instantly, so it might be a good showcase. And if not, then I'm sorry I wasted your time, but we fuck around and find out here quite often. Take this off of auto. See what we got. You go first. They're autoing, right? Auto's off. They're autoing, but I took auto off. I took auto off again. Oh, right. It doesn't even work in this comp as well because UDK. I forget that UDK is actually counterproductive for the Wixwell thing because he takes all those hits. My bad. I'm bad at this. We're getting better. I'm practicing. No worries. Got Noel and Santa. Nice. Yeah, okay. Well, pretty soon I will be able to build teams for that. I was thinking about charging $10 for it, but now I feel bad because you're in here and I'm talking about it and thinking about it. But if you catch me on a free night when I don't have anything doing, I'm almost always down to help people for free. But yeah, right now it's like if I have to make time in my day and stuff, which some people have been doing that, which is pretty cool. Shout out to like Bobby and Rogue. Shit. I think there's like 2 more, but I can't remember their names right now, and I'm so sorry if you're here listening. But yeah, do appreciate that. Yeah, catch me on a good night, free night, when I got lots of time. It'll oftentimes take a lot of time and a lot of silver to get stuff like that going. Yeah, that takes a good while. Start with Noelle. Definitely start with Noelle. She has one of the strongest, arguably the strongest. Ooh. That didn't feel good. Arguably the strongest revive in the game. There's other contenders for different reasons, but hers is the fastest AoE revive in the entire game. There's nobody else in the whole game that has a 3-turn cooldown AoE revive. And hers also comes with a nasty debuff, freeze. It's pretty sweet. How long it take you to finish the Lydia missions? I very recently finished Lydia. So I think I'm about 10 months into the game. It's kind of hard to tell. I need to look up a chart with the login rewards because I think I'm exactly halfway through Cleoptrix. So I think that puts me at about 10 months. And I got it like within a month, I believe. I fused Lady Mikage, solved Shadowkin, 6-star Duoden, beat the Sylvan Watchers in like a 2-day span. And it was just recently. Like within a month, I'm pretty sure. Stuck on 927 from 945. Only need Enda. Nice. Yeah, that's awesome. Mikage is a dream come true. Oh, we're out. But there's so many free fights still. I don't want to waste gems though. Be really cautious with your guys' resources right now. I'm sure you guys have heard it from other content creators, but the pinpoint gear that is coming out tomorrow, I believe, is going to be like possibly the best thing anybody can spend energy on for the next foreseeable future. What do we want to do? Do I want more energy? Do I want to knock out some missions? I got campaign missions to do. Let's do that. Not the boss. The music stopped. The way I speedrun Lady Mikage is through those epic progressive events using sacred stones. It is a very efficient way, especially if you're in a window where you're already skipping a fusion and they pop one of those. They're like, hey, you know, you get Indalia from the epic progressive, drop some sacreds. I almost guarantee you get it in like 5, because that's how it. I pretty much, you know, just scooped them up that way almost every time, like half of them probably. It's really hard to do with ancients and stuff because you got to pull so many to get that progressive thing stacked up, because it doesn't go up until you get an epic. But with sacreds, you get an epic every single time. So you pull 2 or 3 and the progressive is full, and then you pull another one. Every one you pull after that, you're at 25 times. I think the hardest one to get took me like 5 sacreds, which can put you out of the running for a fusion. So definitely keep that in mind. But think about, I mean, Mikage is a fusion, and Mikage is better than almost every fusion that there has ever been. So keep that in your equation. Don't drop a fusion that you know, because you can't go back and do a fusion. Mikage will always be there, but definitely don't wait on her forever. She will open up a lot of stuff for your account. Noelle took everything. I only get 1 nightmare chest at the moment. Yeah, I can check on your account. It is 1 in the morning. Little after, so I'm a little bit late. My regulars know that I'm supposed to get food at this time. The council has decided that I must eat at 1 o'clock, otherwise I will get skinnier and my wife gets mad. And I'm, you know, it's not good, not healthy. So I definitely have time, but it's good for my brain to eat too. I'll do better work on your account with some food in my belly. So let's find something that I can scoot back and forth between. So I'm just gonna I'm gonna throw some water on the stove, get some noodles going. Let's finish this, I guess. and then I'll do the boss too, I guess. Yeah, exactly. A mad wife is not healthy. Happy spouse, happy house, right? But also, it spreads into the days where I don't eat when I'm streaming, because I stream for like 5 or 6 hours straight. Usually, I don't really remember how long I eat. I think it's like 5 hours. Let's see, 10 to 3. Yeah, that's 5 hours. Yeah, if I just cut out a mealtime, then my whole next day is kind of screwed a little bit. And that's what I was doing for a while. My wife saw, and she noticed that I was not eating. She's like, I can see it. Like, you're getting skinnier. It was just a couple weeks of doing this. Kind of liked that song, but I didn't want the music to cut out when I'm running back and forth. Okay, if you aren't already, go ahead and hop onto the Discord that's linked to the Twitch. While you're at it, go ahead and like my YouTube channel as well. Once I get up to 50 likes over there, I can stream on both at the same time. That'll help our community grow. And you can send me your deets directly on Discord. Enjoy this fight. I'm gonna go throw some water on the stove. Why'd the music stop? Noodles aren't a super healthy meal, but it's at least something in my belly. Alright, I'm back to make sure that you are at least moderately entertained through a series of murderous events. Right there. No, I have a better team, don't I? Shit. I thought I had a team saved for this. Oh, stop. Go back up. Mithrala, Ugo, Drath, Thor, Ninja. Nope, not this one though. Go back to the normal one. Kill that guy. Yeah. Yeah, that's the good stuff. Appreciate anybody's patience who's hanging out while I do the food thing, by the way. You guys are the real MVPs. For sure. and go take care of some of the other preparations so that the process is streamlined. Okay, back for a few more. I don't know if any of y'all got kids, but I started hard boiling eggs so I could drop them in my noodles, and my kids have been smashing those things, which is awesome because it's a healthy snack. So we're buying the eggs by like the big lot, like the flats now. It's like 2 or 3 flats inside of a box. Because I started hard boiling a carton, putting them in the fridge, and they'd only last 2 days. Which is awesome. Need to figure out how to make deviled eggs. It's probably pretty easy, but I've never made them. I used to love those things. You just take out the yolk and like mash it up and mix it up with some spices like paprika and stuff, I believe. Should be pretty easy. Look up some recipes. I mean, how hard could it be to make a deviled egg? It's not going to be like making hollandaise sauce. I can make a mean hollandaise sauce. Tell you what. Cool, cool. Make sure I'm not missing out on chat. Nope. Patiently watching me prepare my food. I should run something with energy, I guess, while I do some of this, and then I'll probably swap over either while I'm eating or immediately afterwards to do your takeover. Or coaching. I don't know exactly what it's going to be yet. Alright. Do some Minotaur. I'm going to do some fun stuff with the Kemptum soon. I want to build stock to go with him. He looks so goddamn fun. I think he's one of the most interesting champions in Raid. Is this who I want? Yeah, you guys are beautiful. Just send it. DRV, enjoy your food. Will do. Appreciate you. It's time to grab the food now. Okay, we made it. When I'm a big boy streamer in like a month and a half, I'll be able to put up a YouTube video or something from some other content creator while I eat. I've seen a lot of other people do that. Alright, now we just wait for the hot water to cook the noodles. Let's see. Okay, I got you. I see it. Alrighty. I guess I'll run down below cap and then I'll hop on. So, like halfway through my meal. Why don't we talk about like what you want me to be looking at and talking about while I'm on your account? Give me a little bit of... Tell me about yourself. What do you like to do for fun? What kind of dungeons have you cleared? What kind of dungeons or bosses do you want to clear? How do you like your sushi? Nah, you don't gotta tell me all that, but the stuff relevant to the game, you should. In fact, don't tell me the other stuff. Well, you can. I don't mind. That's fine, but it's not gonna help me with your raid account. I got 2 kids who really like sushi. And then I got 2 kids who thought they liked sushi, probably because of some video or something they were all watching together, until we took them out to get sushi. And we were like, alright, what do you want? Pick your sushis. And we just... yeah. So, they learned a valuable lesson that day. You can't just think you like stuff because somebody says you should like stuff. It's cool that some of them liked it, though. Or do you just want me to, like, take a general look at your account? Like, yeah, just tell me whatever you're kind of looking for here. Is it a coaching? Oh no. Can't have that. Cadley, you'll have to tell me what you want. What do you want from me? Just tell me what you want. If it's just a general, that's fine too. Minnow Prison is constant in raid. Yeah, you always gotta go back to it, really. Unless you can just spend 800 gems on a champion, but screw that. Recommend what heroes to build to finish Faction Wars? Hell yeah, that sounds fun. And you want a team for Fire Hard. Okay. Have you done Fire Hard at all yet? Have you done 1, or are you up to 6 and you're trying to get further? $25 only, fail on hard. Okay. Am I good to hop on now? If you have a newt, then it's easy. If you don't, then you can't do it now. Yeah, sadly it's not even that simple. Fucking newt did not wholly unlock it for me. I did the first couple levels, obviously, with them, but... Excuse me. Yeah, hard mode Fire Knight's pretty darn tough. Am I good to log in? I'll hop on and start staring at your champions for a bit if you're good to go. I plugged you in. Okay. It accepted the plugin. Yes, finish your energy. I don't have new... Yes, okay. Yeah. Sounds good. I think I'm low enough that I can hop over. I think it's just the playtime. No, in the arena. Okay. Excuse me. Ugh, my apologies. It's really struggling to load this one. My goodness. You must have a stacked account. Maybe my phone's just dying. It's downloading. Just gonna give it a couple seconds because it gets really buggy when I try to mess with stuff while it's doing that. Stacked developer account, yeah. Probably. Addy with some faces. I like that. Where are we at here? Okay, priority was the factions though, correct? Suppose we should look at this, right? Ooh, we got Lazarius. Okay, so we're gonna stare at your roster for like 20 minutes probably. And we'll go through the factions relatively quick, honestly. It's usually not that hard to solve. Yeah, you're 100% right. Might not be such a noob as you say. Neldor is a very good Fire Knight. Excuse me. Yeah, I think the factions were the priority, though. We'll take a quick glance so we can be thinking about it in the background while I'm doing the factions. I do like me some parallel processing. Okay, so Creedon's really good, too. Yeah, you got the two pivotal ones. Okay. And then, so the next important thing you can't do it. I mean, you can't do 10. You can solve the normal Fire Knight. Or the probably up to like... You could probably do 6. Which is a good place to farm, I'm told. You got your Carl built. 2 hit with a decreased speed and a freeze on every ability, which actually makes him pretty good. I think he could be good for Fire Knight too. So we could try that first off. But before we get into Fire Knight, factions were the priority. Run my team in 25 is what I did. I wouldn't do that. I would run 20 until you can do hard mode 6. And obviously you want to do the mission, but then go back to 20. 25 costs just as much as hard mode, and the gear is crap in comparison. I was trying to use this mouse on my phone screen. I'm so ready for the desktop chat. I'm so ready to just be able to move a mouse between the different screens. I've got 3 screens going to make this work. I just want them all mounted in a mouse, so I don't have to mess up my shoulder by clicking all the time. Alright. I want to heat up a dab while I'm flipping through these two, because I ate and stuff. Are these... Okay. He's booked. He's a good one. Alright. If you build Lady Annabelle and Stag Knight, you will be able to beat this. Or Stag Knight and... Well, no, you kind of need... Yeah, you could do any one of these 3. Or any 2 of these 3 here. Lady Annabelle will solve Baumel for you. She can solo it quite easily. The gear requirement is not very high. So I'd recommend probably building her. And then she will also be your increased speed, as well as a partial healer. Decreased speed, leech. It's really good. And she heals herself. Stag Knight's good for a lot of content as well. Archmage Helmet can be, but I mostly just use him in Curse City. It's pretty much the only place I ended up using him. He has applications for like Dark Fae. You can use him as a setup for Seer to wipe waves. He's a decent control and buff champion. But Lady Annabelle's obvious solves, surefire progression. Gisgard's another good shout out. But yeah, Stag Knight and Lady Annabelle are probably your 2 for this one. We can check some builds here too. You're probably going to want to get her faster. Yeah, attack gauntlets are useless. Sell them all, except for you'll keep like 2 pairs, maybe 3. Their only purpose is for bomber champions, so you're going to want accuracy and speed on the substats, and if they don't have that, they're useless for your account. Adeline, however, is not much of a damage dealer, so you're going to want to get resistant, or you don't need the resistance, sorry. You're going to want to get speed, HP, and defense on her. So you could probably get a lot more use out of her just by swapping these 2 pieces here. And the resistance, I wouldn't shoot for it, because it kind of counteracts her passive. So her A1 gives back the debuffs that she gets, And then she's got like a miniature version of the Feral set here, where whenever she's giving out debuffs, your team does more damage, which is really helpful for, well, for me, I use it for the Dragon hard mode, because everybody nukes down better, and she sends back the poisons as well, so I'm always getting through that Scorch meter. It's also quite useful for Amius. Yeah, so just speed, accuracy, and make her tanky. Go to the next one. Pretty not bad here. I think you could probably do better though. So with her, yeah, so you got a piece here without any speed. You got a piece here with low speed. So I'd be looking to swap those, and you could even probably swap this. And with her, the way, depending on where your account is, and this is where your account is, with the Arbiter, you don't care about any stats, literally no other stats other than speed. Make her as fast as you can, even if you're using an attack gauntlet, even if you're using a flat stat gauntlet that just quad rolls a speed. That's for Arbiter, because nothing else matters other than her going first and doing this ability. For the most part. I mean, she has other places where you can use her, but until your Great Hall is stacked up, you should be using her like that. Fill up your Great Hall. We got Yannicka. I would not book her. I do not recommend investing in her at all. Eris is a good slot in here, that's fine. So you can use Yannicka as like a decent damage dealer for your factions, but I wouldn't book her for it. This guy is actually one of the only champions that I'm scared of in the arena still. I've run into this guy and he can solo my entire goddamn team, and I don't understand it. Not having a desktop, you're an animal. God, you should have seen me when I was teaching raids in RuneScape. I guess if you guys don't play RuneScape, with no context, it's not going to matter. But yeah, the game was a lot more complicated and involved. Doing it again. I'm looking over there while I talk. I'm sorry. But yeah, RuneScape was a lot more tough to do on a phone. That was a lot of fun. That's where I started. Like, I got good at teaching. Really found out that I wanted to teach games and stuff. "30 speed attack gauntlets. You disagree? Who were they on? I don't remember. I didn't even see that. What, were we at a different faction? Yeah, no, that's not 30 speed. Oh, 30 speed attack gauntlets. Wait, I don't understand. I don't understand that. I'm sorry. Words are hard for me. He heals whenever he gets attacked by X percentage HP. Few heroes have some to don't be naked. I'm really sorry if English isn't your guys' first language, and I appreciate you guys bridging the gap. But I'm struggling really hard right now. Who are we talking about here? Yeah, understandable. No worries. Just try. If I don't understand, just try again. I'll get it eventually. Probably be easier if I knew like what dialect I'm trying to. Are you Australian? He heals whenever he gets attacked. Oh, Islin. We're talking about Islin. Whoa. Oh my god. That is busted. What is this menace? He's ridiculous. Oh my. Yeah, for the Arbiter it doesn't matter. Is if you just speed matters on her, cuz if she goes first and your arena team is set up right, you win. And that's how I run mine. That's the best way to farm out the Great Hall points. Just make sure your Arbiter is the fastest champion on the field, and make sure that your setup is appropriate so that your damage dealers can kill everybody. Yeah, the Islin. Or, yeah, Strategos Islin. He's a monster. I still struggle to fight him. I mean, there's some that I'll kill, but I've run into a good handful of them that can wipe my whole team. Or not wipe my whole team. They don't kill me, but I can't kill him. Okay, Necro's German. I got you. Cool. I've had a couple of German friends. One of them, named Toxic, was one of my good friends who I played RuneScape with. Lucky for me, all of the people who I met are smart enough to bridge the language barrier, because I couldn't do it. No way. You guys got to step up on me 100%. Let's get back to the task at hand, though, real quick. Sorry, I got to look away from chat. Well, depending on where your booking legendary situation is, and we can talk about that later, but Islin might be a good fit here. And even if you can't book him yet, you might just want to 60 him and just let him be there and make your team impossible to kill. Vergis is really good for, well, not really good, but Vergis can solo the Beetle. I've considered building up mine for the Cursed City for that aspect. Tyrell is okay. He's got the AoE decrease attack and a 2-turn stun. I'm not a big fan of him, though. Neldor you're going to want for the Fire Knight, almost certainly. Unless you end up pulling 2 Newts. And even then, Neldor might be what you need, because Newt doesn't have decreased speed. Royal Guard is quite strong as well. His this ability could possibly, it's hard to say without looking at your whole roster at once, but this might be the best ability you have for getting your teams up in Hydra as well as in Chimera. Skaramis is a beast as well. No regrets on 6-starring mine. If he's fast enough, he can completely control the Head of Decay in the Hydra fight. I should get my earbud back in. In addition to that, because of this ability giving him 2 buffs, he can also be your Mischief tank. So he can, by himself, deal with, well, that's 2 heads, but that's not all. He has an AoE decreased duration plus decreased attack. So this one champion can deal with Decay, Wrath, Mischief, and he can help you deal with Suffering. So Skaramis is really good for that, all of that stuff in the Hydra. If you got Godseeker, you can build Selenia Nightcloak to duo with Godseeker for the Sand Devil. Random fun fact, she's kind of cool. I don't hate her, but not that I would necessarily recommend that you build her right away. I hope you got a notepad or something. Should I be hearting these champions as I go through or something for you? Or are you just remembering or noting everything down? I can go back if you want. Want to finish Lydia for the Trunda team? Nice. Lydia's great for all kinds of stuff. She is a beast. She has so much in her kit. I have a few heroes in enchantment to don't be naked. So I'm thinking you mean you just threw some gear on them so that they're not naked. Build him next. Got 2 chickens. Okay, you got ninja. Okay. Yeah. I wasn't sure. I get a little bit lost when I'm looking through filters and stuff, and I already did a takeover tonight. I can watch your teams in Hydra. I got you. It's okay. Maybe give him a certain symbol. Yeah. Oh, you'll remember? Okay. Yeah. Whatever you prefer. If you want me to leave the symbols alone, I don't want to, because some people use it for their organization. So whichever your preference is, I can either not heart them, or I can throw hearts on them, or if you have a different one that you want me to use, just give me your preference, and I will do what you want there. I imagine this one is solved already, so I'm going to move on. You don't need any help here. I can call out anybody who's really good, I guess. If you haven't done Spider all the way, he's really good. Inquisitor Shmel's really good for Hydra. Fennex is really strong with an ally attacker. His A1 hits incredibly hard. Anchorite I also really like. He's got a buff extension, crit rate, crit damage, full heal on one target. He's like a souped up version of Apothecary, but he doesn't work for Fire Knight. You can, however, use him in a Cursed set for Hydra, or a Stun set for wave content. You have 2 Artax, you don't need Mordecai. Fair enough. Fair enough. I have never had an Artac. Barbarians. Ooh, we got Crimson. This guy, Alsgor. This is the friend one, right? Or is this the wrong guy? He's not. Am I? Okay. Who's the guy here? Cronham. That's what his name is. My bad. So I actually don't know who he is or what he does. Passive. It's kind of cool. Already fully booked too. Oh, 4 turn block damage. So this is one that can unlock the clan boss thing, I guess. Alright, so where am I? Actually, you probably already have this one solved too, right? Alika! She got a shutout. She will work really good with Alice. That would be a good PvP strat right there, actually. Now, ogres. You got a man-eater too. You got 2 man-eaters, so you probably already have the Ultra Nightmare solved, I would imagine. Got a War Mother, she's decent for PvP. I don't know who you are. Okay, you're a weird one. Yeah, I'm not super keen on him. It looks like you solved this one too, actually, right? You have all these champions 6-starred. I would assume that you finished it. If I'm wrong about any of these, just call them out in chat and I'll go back to whatever factions you didn't fix. Love a symbol. I have 2. Leave a symbol. It's like Helicath, yeah. 3 or 4 are not done. Clan boss is done. Okay, so let's go look at the factions instead of just going through all of them. Sylvan, Shadowkin, those are the hardest ones in my opinion. And then Skinwalker and Night Revenant. Ooh. Oh, you should be able to do this one too, pretty easily. This must be a gearing situation. Chat paused. Music dead. Ruining everything over here. Putting that down. Okay, so solving this. Let's look at these builds. Are you just using him for PvP? Do you have him paired with like Teox or something? Well, no, that can't be the case. He doesn't have accuracy. So this might just be holding gear just for funsies, right? Or just to lock some stuff up. Okay, so this is 181 with no speed boots. I don't hate this. She's fully booked. 6,600 attack. Crit damage is not huge, but that's because you're in crit rate gloves. Acceptable. Okay, her build's good. I like her. He, or she, is very slow. Boots aren't upgraded, so... don't build resistance on Doom Priest either. That's a mistake I was making earlier in the game. It doesn't matter on Doom Priest. Yeah, you do have the right idea though, because it's a cleanser. Cleansers are people you want to oftentimes build resistance onto. But the first question you need to ask whenever you try to build resistance on anybody is, can you get the the first question is, how much resistance do you need to resist what you want to resist? And then the second question is, can you build it while still reaching the speed that you want? And is it like worth building the resistance in the first place? And oftentimes it is not, and you can't. So be very cautious where you try to build resistance, because most of the time I see people building it, they're doing it at the detriment to the actual build. Like here, you have a resistance chestplate, and this might be somebody you just threw stuff on, right? But if you can get Doom Priest out of these 2 pieces and just go with basically any HP defense and get more speed. We'll hide set filters, we will prioritize speed, and then this set, by the way, is really good for Doom Priest. So if you can get Doom Priest into a full Relentless with decent speed, I would highly recommend that. In fact, let's... When you're looking through your crit damage gauntlets, or when you're pulling them into your account, The main stat you want to find on them is crit rate. You need to move into crit damage gauntlets. You need an average of 13% crit rate on every piece of gear. So you want to have at least 13% on your gauntlets, preferably more. It's really nice to have like 17, 18, 20 something. Just alleviates where you need it in the rest of your pieces. An exception will be if you see like this piece, it's got speed and accuracy, that's pretty solid, but then you rolled it and it hit defense and HP. Even though this is mythical, I mean, maybe it's different for your account because you don't have that many pieces, but even though it's mythical, this piece isn't very strong because it doesn't have the crit rate. So if you put this on a damage dealer, you now have to get like 16% crit rate on every other piece. Speed, HP, attack, so I have 7 mil. I'm going to play around just a little bit. Yeah, because we do stuff like that here. And this is now a perfect helmet for your Doom Priest. I didn't like that. But we had a shield that could be good. And we're just going to go right to 12. Yep, because that was bound to happen. It was inevitable. Now for the next one, we need to look at stuff that's on people. Okay, I don't think you can get him in it, but you're just missing one piece. So, in this, even without matching that set, let me double check. Yeah, this is a lot better build for him. So I'm gonna save this for you, and you can probably honestly find a better weapon as well, and gloves. That was no. Let's do that before we save this. HP defense. What do we have here? We have defense. So really, we need HP instead. We don't want to go double defense. Priority is on speed. We'll just have to get a speed roll here quick. Or fucking not. Sorry about that. Awkward. That could be quite good. Gosh, that is unfortunate. Okay, I'm gonna stop spending your silver, because you're probably saving up for a fusion. But I am gonna save this. Because that's definitely better, even without matching the Relentless. Nice rolls, build it. Just Mont. I don't know what Mont means. I'm sorry. Yeah, everybody needs gear. That's the endless grind. You ruin nothing. You enhance the experience, yes. Drastically enhance that experience. Yeah, definitely swap the gloves though too when you do that. So, and then these boots aren't even upgraded, and they have speed ascension too. So like you do that swap, you find a pair of gloves that are tanky and have some speed, and then eventually get into Relentless, and that build will be really good for you. You should also be looking to swap both this necklace and the banner. I'd probably roll that. See if you hit speed. Attack's not going to be great though, I guess. But accuracy is useless, and the most important thing is that you're going to try to find some more speed here. I mean, right now you'd be better off swapping their 2 banners. Because Calvalax needs the accuracy, and Doom Priest would rather have the HP, and even, like... it sucks that there's not a lot of speed, but you don't have a lot of options. So that's what I would swap their 2 banners around as well. Ooh, that's a nice one. Look at that. Thank goodness, I wish I had that on my account. That's a nice banner. Yeah, I think Doom Priest will help you in a lot of places. Doom Priest helped me in all kinds of content. Let's see, so... you are in this crit rate point for all these builds, aren't you? Have you tried to move to crit damage? What do we have? Because that could be something that helps you push through some of your barriers as well, is moving some of your damage dealers into crit damage with crit rate. Let's see what our highest one is. So yeah, this is something you need to be rolling into more, is finding your crit damage gloves with crit rate and rolling and trying to find crit rate. And if it misses crit rate completely in almost every scenario, just sell them. Use an hour free removal? Okay, I can do that. Ooh, it didn't pop up. Do we have one? We do. Okay. And then we still got really, you know, there's more potential for speed here too, you know, like that. And then it could even potentially hit it again. That would be a lot of silver though. But yeah, you know, you can do stuff like that to get more speed as well. It's always nice. I guess let's find somebody's something that we can make this better with. Because, I mean, even this is... speed crit rate. Let's have 11 speed. And they're part of a protection thing. Oh, that's Dark Elves. I'm so fucking dumb. Oof. Okay. Okay, so we will just have to find the fastest pair of gloves and see how far down the line we can go. And we can take from people too. It's... the rolls kind of suck, but we might just go with this for now. So I'm not breaking other people. Yeah, let's take Calvalax's banner too while we're at it. We're losing one more speed. but we're at 130. And then that'll put Calvalax in a better spot too, because he can't do much without accuracy. And right now you only had enough to get him working in like stage 20 dungeons, which your account's ready to start pushing higher. So pick some champions that you want to use for higher level content and push up their builds for sure. Let's see. We were looking at I mean, should I fix him too? Excuse me. The problem with trying to fix a bunch of champions like that is, like, I don't know where your priorities are. And do I want to strip champions to fix Calvalax? So this will be kind of slow going. I think Fenix was a 5-star champion still. Ooh, that's... Don't I have them in... Oh, well. Fuck her. Unless she's on your main PvP team. Just let me know, but... Sure, Ugo doesn't need that. That's for damn sure. So depending on how you're using them, you can just run attack boots. So maybe we should look at that. Primary stat, attack with speed. Ooh, you said you're working on a Trunda team. How about her? What do we think about Wuji? You use Ugo, but that's a trash chestplate for Ugo. So just don't let me forget, and I'll fix Ugo too. You don't want that chestplate on Ugo. I'm sorry, that was rude. It's a little bit too late to reiterate, but that is the reality of it. That chestplate's no good for Ugo. What are we looking at? We got a piece of protection that doesn't matter. We got 2 pieces of perception, which do matter. We got an accuracy banner, crit damage necklace. We are at 122 crit rate, so we can afford to lose some. We are gonna want more accuracy. We would like some more speed as well. And then, that's useless. We'll probably end up needing some crit rate, won't we? Let's find out. Are you using him? He's a solo champion. I don't remember what this guy does. Where's his weapon that he's wearing? I can't see it. Okay. This is decent, and that is not a good champion. So... Let's try to find what has the most speed here. We can't take from these people. That's a good shield for Ugo, I like that. That's a fine shield for him. We're going to lose 40 accuracy if we swap this shield though. We do really want to try to get him closer up there. You said you use Rathalos a lot. Maybe we just leave the shield. He's pretty slow. But like I said, it depends what you're going to use him for. If you're using him for PvP and you're using him with a good booster or certain combos, running him really slow can be a good idea. Use the second piece. Yeah, not He-Man and Rathalos are the main nukers, I gotcha. I gotcha, okay. I like this a lot better. It's definitely a big improvement from where he was. But it might be worth putting him, depending on where all you want to use him. You might just want speed boots instead of those. Let's try that, and then let's go fix your Ugo, and then we'll get back to the faction thing, because Ugo is too strong to be having in gear like that. You said you wanted me to look at your Hydra. I'm assuming Ugo is in Hydra. This is going to help your Hydra team. Ugo, milady. We got attack, attack, speed. Those boots are quite good. I like that. I like the shield. I like the helmet. I don't even mind that. That's decent. I don't like these gloves though, or the chest plate. So let's find. Let's look up a specification quick. This champion's HP. So if we can get HP on both of them, that would be optimal. We got 400 accuracy, so we're doing good on accuracy. So let's just prioritize speed and see what comes up and see what we like. How often you use an Aox? And isn't this guy, Alsgor, a damage dealer? He is, right? Love it. It's perfect. On Calvilax, nah. Okay, Aox is your clan boss team. Gotcha. Alsgor I can take from. Okay. So let's do the fitting room. This is even better. How often is what's his face? Is he a solo champion for you right now? I'm guessing she's on your clan boss team, right? But if... Ooh, they're both pretty darn good. God, they're almost exactly the same, aren't they? You said make him naked, so they're almost the same. I'm not going to be picky there. But now we need a chest plate. Now, I remember him being a 5-star. I'm pretty sure I could take that. We're not matching a set. Double attack. Okay, so I think this one might be our best bad option. I mean, it's decent. You have better options, but we don't want to take this stuff from them. Yeah, this is a pretty good option. And he's a 5-star champion. So this puts her up at 250. 500 accuracy. Which is a little bit overkill. You could drop that. That being said, do I have accuracy on a substat here? No, I just found pieces with accuracy. You don't use Badel, I got you. Bad Alcazar can solo the dragon and the ice golem. I don't know if you need that in your life, but that's an option. You can run food with him. I can match. No, I can't match with perception. There's already 4 pieces. It's a 2-piece set. So I think this is your new Ugo build with 70-something thousand HP. The heals will be bigger. Speed went up a little bit, but not much. So that's going to be the biggest thing, is that the HP went up. The heals will be bigger. She won't need her own heals. Should be consistent. You'll love it. Alright. So now that we dealt with that, let's get back to the main task at hand before it gets too late and I run out of time. So honestly, this looks like a shoe-in. You got the champions for it. Most of them are looking decent now. You might even just beat it like this. So like Calvilax. You could use both of these, I suppose. Sinesha Skullcrown. Yeah, probably just these 5 in a row would make it really safe. And trying to slip Eric's in there would make it faster. But Eric's isn't built very well for damage. So... And she's not booked. So I would probably just focus on the epics. Especially if they're all already booked. Yeah, I would just focus up on their builds. Circle back to Eric's later on when you want a solo farm for the spider. I think she can solo hard spider. She can also be useful in the arena as a nuker. Let's see, the other ones were Shadowkin, which sucks. Oh, but you have the champions to make it easy. So you have all the good ones. Alright. I don't know what you do, sir. You're booked all the way, though. That's kind of cool. Okay. Well, I guess he's probably coming in. Okay, so I'd probably wait to book him and focus on these two as your DPS here, since you're booking Ninja already for Sandevli said. And then beyond that, you got all the damage you need, and I think you got decreased turn meter, weaken their single target, albeit, but it'll be enough to get you through the boss. And then your options come down to whichever one of the 3 champions you have, whether you have Hotatsu, Burengiri, or Taragi the Frog. You know, they're all really good supports. So whichever one of those you have, it's as easy as building one of them up. Accuracy is too low. You need to get up to 220 at least for the end of Faction Wars. You probably need everybody at like 200-ish or more as well for it. The other stats look pretty darn good. Probably just swap into speed boots would be the first step. I notice you've got merciless gear here, but it looks like you're mostly stat hunting. So yeah, this build's decent. Swap these out. Notable mentions. Burn gear you can also solo bommel. Yeah, I think I'd start with that. You got one of them built already. Regear him a little bit. Get him a little bit faster. He needs to be able to... Or it helps if he can go fast enough to control a little bit more. So, not only that, but he has buffs. So the standard turn order, you want your engines going the fastest. So like Deacon, Haikatoon, people that increase your turn meter. Those ones you want going the fastest because the faster they go, the more often they can increase the turn meter of everybody, ergo the more turns overall you get. Next to that, you want your buffers going, because if other people are going faster than your buffers, then they outrun their buffs, and then they get dead because they don't have the increased defense, the shields, this and that. Next to that, you want your debuffers going, and that's a close next to that, so that they can keep the debuffs up on the enemies consistently. And then the slowest champions on your roster should be your damage dealers. Morning. It was a good grind fest. Been doing a couple of takeovers tonight. Having some fun at it. I need to remember what other faction. I think we just had one other one to cover, right? Oh yeah, the Sylvans. Oh, excuse me. Getting late. Getting very late, chat. Almost time to call it. Oh, excuse me. My apologies. I think I need a dab. It's been a minute. How's your grind fest going? Hope you're having a good one. I am ready for the fusion to start. I love Alice in Wonderland. Always been a big fan. And both of the champions revealed look pretty darn useful for most people's accounts, not gonna lie. We were going over them a bit earlier. By a bit, I mean I went off for like a half an hour about one of them, I think. I have like 4 good builds and the rest is trash. I don't know if that's necessarily true. Some of your build concepts, like, you have the right idea behind them, you're just missing like a couple of key components about the workings of things to really tie everything together. So like I don't think you're failing completely at building. And if you're gonna blame somebody, Plarium straight up doesn't teach you how to play their fucking game. So Plarium could maybe make an effective tutorial with all the millions of dollars they've gotten from people. That'd be cool, right? But no, they'd rather just let you think that you don't need speed boots on your champions and that you need to buy 1 billion shards to overcome all of your hurdles. But a couple nights hanging out here and you'll overcome all your hurdles without ever buying shards again. I don't buy shards, by the way, if you looked at my account and whatnot. I've bought the mix packs that have a couple of shards in them, but almost all my progress is made with the free champions. So, here we are. We're looking at one of the worst factions in the game as far as finishing your faction wars. You do have a Creedon. You got 2 of them. You got the White Dryad, which is a healer and a reset. Yeah. And a strength and ally protect. So I don't hate her. She's a bit of a weird one. But I think you said you were working on a Trunda team as well, so she makes sense. We've got 2 Creatins. I don't know how I feel about that. Probably just invest in one and throw the other one in your vault for a while. He's going to be on your Hardfire Knight team, almost certainly. And he'll be in your Faction Wars team. He helped me solve it. Him and Duodin were my last pieces to solving it. I had Lockwayne as my damage dealer. Do not build Lockwayne. Do not. He is trash. Like, not like normal pile of trash either. Like, the worst kind. Like, smells like a hobo died in it or something. That was a little extreme. I'm sorry you guys had to witness that. David is amazing though. Mistrider Dahi. It's apparently David in Irish. Ruella is amazing for Chimera as well. Her A2 is, and not just Chimera, actually, a lot of single target bosses like Sand Devil. You can do a really fast team with her. Ornn can solo some stuff. Like Dragon. In the Beetle. So I'd probably try it with these 5. And then when it doesn't work, or if it doesn't work, I would swap out Creatine. And I think pick up Tree Shield Knot for the Faction Wars, actually. I can't hit the stats for Ornn to solo stuff yet, but it is a process. Were you trying to do it with resistance? Because all of the solo builds tell you to build resistance, but getting like 20 extra speed and a little bit extra HP and defense is a lot easier than 500 goddamn resistance. So that's what I recommend. All my solo builds don't have resistance. My first solo for dungeons was Ultimate Death Knight. He's pretty easy for it. I actually had him at like 195 speed or something the first times I was running it in Toxic gear. So yeah, if you're when you get down to it and you're ready to do a solo champion, it's probably not actually as hard as some of the other guys make it out to be. We've got 3 or 4 of them for different contents, and they all said they need res, and they never did. Okay. Did I cover this whole faction then? Yeah, I think you got it solved. Tree Shield Knot. And Dahi. Dahi is the second champion that I've been thinking I might eventually build a second one of. Coldheart is the only other champion I've built 2 of. I really don't like building 2 of any champion. Personally, I don't think it's very fun. However, there is some champions that you can get pretty good use of having multiples. Dahi is one of them. Coldheart is another. I think the most common and probably the most useful duplicate champion to build is actually Ugo, wherever the hell she went. I lost her. I built her, and then I lost her. There she is. Yeah, Ugo is probably the most common and best candidate for building multiples of. This boss hits like a truck. Are we talking about the, Wait, this boss? No way the event dungeon opened. Okay. Threw me for a goddamn loop. I lost my train of thought. I don't know what I'm doing. Am I done on your account? I feel like I'm done here. Boss hits like a truck in Sylvan. Yeah, I do remember that actually. Now that you remind me. Which is why the final piece for mine was Duodin, because Duodin has a taunt. Taunt, strengthen, and then when he counterattacks, he cleanses off the whole team. So I actually had Duodin and Tree Shield on my team. Duodin, Tree Shield, Creodin, and then it was Lockwane. Mistrider Dahi is a much better option. And then I had a 5-star King Galkabar was my final slot. Can solo with those trash stats. You can't solo anything or actually really do anything with 107 speed in any content. That's going to be the first stat problem. 50,000 HP and 3,000 defense is actually like you're just about like that might be it, depending on the champion you're doing it with. I only had like 55,000 on my UDK, but I had higher defense. But yeah, the speed is the bad stat there. Anything else you want me to touch on while I'm on your account before I hop off? Just like quick chat stuff. I don't have the gusto to like try to build anything or dive into anything, but if you want me to go off and rant about some kind of content in the game, go ahead and point me in direction and I'll go off about it for a few minutes before I hop out. Look at your Hydra? Okay. I can't. Not allowed. You ran all your keys. You're not doing hard yet? That was brutal. Oh, excuse me. Your biggest two problems here is probably that you don't provoke the Head of Decay. He cleanses everything. Poison Cloud comes up, and then Artak can't place his HP burn, neither can Ninja, and then your damage is cut off for a good long time. During that time, if a champion gets consumed, you're kind of screwed. If the Head of Decay wants to put a giant shield on the champion or on the Hydra head that gets consumed, you're screwed. That's all kinds of room for things to go wrong. Is this kind of about how this is going down when you run the key? Tell me if I'm wrong. But I'm guessing your buffs get stolen and spread around, and you can't prevent the Poison Cloud from going up effectively. Okay, yeah, see, I don't need to watch your Hydra key. I just need to look at the champions on it. I got you. Yeah, Hydra's a complicated beast. Yeah, I don't know who you're trying to build to solo what. Look at your account. I get a little bit disoriented going back and forth between chat and stuff, and especially if the names are the same color, like you and Cadley are both green. So I might have mixed up your guys' names at some, I don't know. It gets weird. And then the normal key. God, you're giving him unkillable. Well, you got block buffs here, though. And a strip. You did 2 million damage? No, 2 keys for... That's not right. Okay, this is the one. There's your Ugo. So running Geomancer with another burner can be really counterproductive if another... if another burn champion has a chance to overwrite his burn, then you don't get the deflect and you don't get the damage reduction on your team. And that's basically his whole shtick. Outside of that, he can strip, and he's got a AoE A1, but the deflect is the main thing with him. So you have 2 other burners on this team, so Geo would probably be doing even better without them. You could move some champions around. You do have a kind of provoke here. So I bet that lets you offset the Head of Decay. Right, you provoke, you get poison clouded, burn is still on, so you still get to deal damage for a little bit, and then he cleanses, and then you just have to weak hit against the poison cloud for a little bit. Maybe not actually. Actually, with Ugo on the team, you probably provoke block buffs, and then poison cloud goes off. So you probably get that first go without any problems, and it probably isn't until later that whole scenario plays out. Yeah, Drexthar is decent. His best place actually isn't Hydra, believe it or not. The main thing I recommend Drexthar for is, I mean, he can work in Hydra. He's okay. After you grind some gear and rebuild champions, though, I wouldn't imagine you will be using Drexthar. You've got Vizix right here. Vizix is worlds better than Drexthar for Hydra. Unbooked yet, but you booked yours as well. I booked my Drexthar. Unfortunately, Drexthar is, you don't actually need to book him to do his main purpose, but yeah, I totally booked mine as well. So Drexthar's biggest use is to put him in regen gear and let him solo everything that he comes up in that you can use him in, like the Cursed City. He can solo the Beetle for you. I think he can solo Bommel too. I'm not sure though. He probably requires really high stats for the Bommel thing. Yeah, Drexthar can solo all kinds of content. That's the biggest thing I recommend him for, is making sure those progressions are going off. Yeah, you got a really good roster here. Biggest thing is going to be working on some of these builds. Yeah, you got a good handful that I worked on, and I think through a lot of what we talked about, you'll be able to fix up some of your builds as well. And you've got some that are built pretty darn well. Do you use the Hell Hades optimizer? Oh, he's in Mercy too. Mercy, Pinpoint, Feral, 500 accuracy. Crit damage. I like this build. Alright. I went off about Hydra. It's almost 3 in the morning. I better hop on my account for a few minutes before it's bedtime. I do hope I was able to help you a bit. Gave you some more information to work with. And a little bit of... Did we make progress on anything? I don't think I actually ran anything. I just worked on some builds, right? I don't remember. My brain's mushy at this point. Definitely tell it's getting to the end of the night. Oofta, that was a lot of fun tonight. Jam-packed with takeovers. I feel like we were pretty productive. We had a good night. And it was a good night for them to show up and ask for takeovers too, because I didn't have much I had to do. I'm doing it again. I'm talking off to the side when you guys are right in front of me. Hell yeah, good to hear. Yeah, and always feel free to pop back in and ask if you got any new questions. Or even if you just want to hang out. Alrighty, we got a few minutes we can dink around over here. Anything we want to do or look at, if y'all have any questions about anything we're doing lately. Why am I a key ahead? Did I miss one? Must have had a free key somewhere. Couldn't pick up a rare book, or probably more likely 20,000 silver. I wonder how long the Hydra quick battles will take. Could be pretty... Like, what if you click it and you still have to wait 5 whole minutes and you just can't do anything? Ooh, oh, we lost. Yeah, that's right, we were throwing this time. But that means we get to go big next time. And I am excited. Gonna go for a PB. Live arena. I missed my shot. It's all over now. I'm ruined. Ruined, I tell you. Win stuff. Let's go win some stuff. I love winning stuff. I don't know why all you guys are here. What the heck? That was a mess. Move. I want to kill it. Let me kill it. Oh, good. Welcome back. I don't know why people apologize to me all the time. It's weird. Like, I appreciate every minute you guys spend here hanging out with me. You do not need to apologize for the minutes you don't spend hanging out with me. That's silly. Power went down for a few minutes. Oof. Yeah, why the hell are you apologizing to me for that? Just glad everything's alright. We are knocking out missions. Ooh, can we do a mastery? You. Guess I'll take this. Now, who needs some love? I want to give you love, but I'm going to change your gear soon. What about you? You're in a wonky ass build too, aren't you? Well, that doesn't matter. Do I like the gear? Yeah. Yeah, that's worth a glyph. Let's do it. Because I'm going to keep this piece forever, right? That's what really matters. Even if I don't really like her build, I just need to find a piece that is worth glyphing. And that piece is that piece. Wow, that sounded really dumb. Sorry you guys had to hear that. I don't think I want to go collect a bunch of energy. Let's do Faction Wars while we were talking about it. Oh god, I'll show you the worst one. This is my worst faction. This might be faster now. Because I built up the... Is he strong enough though? Do I still have gear on him? He's... serviceable. The word of the day. Serviceable. Yeah, there's this problem right there. I didn't max that. I didn't max that. I didn't max that. Or that. I didn't put any oils on anything. I never even did his masteries. Ooh. Yeah, I want all of this. Alright, if it looks miserable, I'll just quit it, but I want to see. Maybe he hits decent and... Now I'm the one saying sorry. If I do it, you do it. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Can't argue with that logic. You got me beat. Still no fusion schedule. Okay, well that answers that question. I was about to pick up the tablet and look and see if anybody had posted the fusion files. By the way, whoever posts the fusion files once the Plarium calendar comes out gets 1,000 points. And Gwen, if you're here, your points are coming. I just haven't done it yet, but I don't have to be streaming to do it, I guess. didn't even look at how he's hitting. Is he doing okay? Is he hitting harder than the Arbiter at least? Bam. 25,000. Okay. He's hitting harder than everybody else on the team. Blam. Yeah, lock him out. Oh, excuse me. Kill this guy, though, because he's going to lock you out. Oh, then there's the Reviver, too, though, right? There's a Reviver and a unkillable champ. That's kind of annoying. Y'all have preferences for who we raid tonight? Otherwise, I'm probably going to look at the list and find somebody who's sitting all alone or just with a couple to try to find somebody new. Not that I don't like PJ, but I want to spread the love, you know? And we'll hang out for, 15 minutes, and if we don't like him, we'll just go hang out over somewhere else where we know we like it. You got this. I mean, I'm sure they'll win. I won it with like 2 or 3 of the champions 6-starred. It just took like, I think it was 25 minutes the first time. It was not fun. Not a good show. It's looking a lot faster than it was, though. Which is one of the main reasons I 6-starred Golden Ethelyn. Like, my faction here is really weak. I didn't have any damage dealers. So, like, it's going to benefit me a lot in the Cursed City. But also, it's going to save me so much freaking time. For a long time, I didn't really realize how much the faction wars added up. Like, you gotta do them every day if you want to be progressing steady. Because the gear, even if it rolls bad, you just sell it, right? So it's a lot of silver. It's a good handful of decent gear. But you have to do 3 runs in each faction a day. If that takes 3 minutes, it's almost 20 minutes. It is 20 minutes with the time in between, right? That's if you have a 3-minute run. It's still 20 minutes just to do your factions alone. And it's more on the days when there's 3 factions open. That's a lot of time. So I 6-starred a champion to make it faster. And I don't feel bad. No regrets. I also was kind of hoping he'd be fun in the Chimera. Update, I never tried it. I'm still too busy trying to get my own actual teams going. I messed around with some all-epic teams a little bit one day, but... yeah. Sorry about that. They're still... She's not reviving people, is she? No. So So it's going to speed up. I mean, it's still 6 minutes. They're at 6 minutes. I need to 6-star another champion to speed this up more. That's that. I can't be having this. So I'm going to be on the lookout for a new high elf. I guess I could just do Royal Guard. Royal Guard's come up in the Curse City quite a bit. So that might be the one. Be pretty cool to get a feast into it though, because he's still a 4-star. Just go right up. I think Golden Ethelyn doesn't have books. Don't quote me on that, but I don't think he's fully booked either, so he probably gets some more damage out that way, speed it up, but... You have Royal Guard at 4-star as well? Yeah, me too, he's right there. Yeah, he does really good damage. It'll be consistent damage, right? Because it's based off the max HP, so once you get him built enough that he's hitting the cap, it'll always be moving whatever HP bar you're swinging against the same amount. Which is good. And then he scales up as you go up in Hydra, so... he's actually better in, like, Brutal Hydra, you know? I don't know if I'd take him all the way into Nightmare. By the time you get into Nightmare, you really want everybody on your team to bring something real to the table, not just be a mediocre or a... I guess he's better than a mediocre damage dealer, but if they're only going to deal damage, then it should be like Trunda damage dealer, or Rathlos is a better one. Newt, Whisper. If they're, you know, they should do something else, hopefully. Everybody on the team should do something for the most part. Getting somebody on the team that does just damage is really hard. Need 100,000 energy to build all the heroes and then run the masteries. Yeah. Yeah, it gets pretty steep, doesn't it? Big part of that ties back to what I was saying earlier. I think I mentioned it on both the accounts that I was on. Y'all need to run your energy down. You're setting yourself back by sitting up at 8,000 energy or whatever, because you're losing 500 energy every day when you do that. You need to turn it into resources that you can use, and then send 500 energy every day worth of free, and that's just your naturally regenerating energy. You get like 460 a day, I think is the actual number. But then if you count in all the other stuff, like the tag team arena and all that, I was doing some off-the-cuff math on stream the other day, and it came out to about 1,000 energy a day average, and it'll be more one week than the other because of the clan shop changing, but but you get an average of 1,000 energy every day, you know. But you don't get that if you're banking it all. And then just save the... Every other day you get a pack from the Plarium for free. Save those energies. If you buy energy, you can save those ones for 99 days. And then stack up your gems. The only thing you should ever be using gems for is for energy. Only 100,000? Need at least 4 times that amount. Yeah, well, 1,000 a day. 100 days. That's how you get there. Shards, yeah, that's another, like, you you get shards from running stuff too. Like I said, I don't buy shards. These are all from running dungeons, like stage 20. And then there's a handful that come from like Doom Tower and stuff, but these are from the clan boss. The ancient shards, almost like, I want to say almost all of them, if you count the rewards that we get from running the dungeons. This is a bad example because there's nothing opened. But like the dragon tournament probably has an ancient shard in it. Look, it does. Yeah, there's an ancient shard there. And while you're running stage 20 dungeon, you get ancient shards too. So that's where we get our shards as low spenders or free-to-play players. And then making sure that you're doing all your content that you can, like Doom Tower and whatnot. Should probably do some of these, I guess. No, I wouldn't spend your gems on shards though. That's a really bad rate. You'll get about the same amount of shards, or very close, just running stage 20 dungeons. You get a handful of shards. So what you spend, isn't it 900 for 10 shards? 900. My god. I don't know if you'll get 10 shards then. Well, you'll probably get pretty close. I get a couple a day. At least one a day. I'm at like 60 or something, and I just spent all my shards within the last month. You get a couple of them from the clan boss. Maybe I get... I don't know. I'd have to do some math and look at some charts. Get back to me in a couple of days, and I'll have better information about where all my shards are accumulating from. But, yeah, you do get a handful while you're running the dungeons. Yeah, I mean, obviously, play the game how you want. If that's how you want to spend your stuff, and that's, you know, whatever is giving you the most joy and fun in the game, like, that's... At the end of the day, we're here playing a game. So, play the game. Have fun. But my advice is not to buy shards. I don't even buy masteries. I've never bought a mastery on a champion, because it is like 150 less gems to run the masteries, and then you also get silver and you get XP. And I did test it out just so I can know for sure for the viewers' information, so I can explain. If you run a champion at 6-star level 1 with another champion, like I was doing Thor with Kymar. Kymar was level 1 and Thor already had his masteries. Kymar ended up level 56 by the time he finished his masteries. 600 gems, so it saves you 200 gems. Yeah, plus you get silver and you get all that XP. So yeah, I just run Minotaur, and you don't, a lot of time, like, you don't have to finish all your masteries. That's another thing. A lot of champions, namely like epics, like look at their kits and think about their quick kits. If you look at Hell Hades, they're always going to have every box filled in. But there is a good handful of champions that if you're actually reading the masteries and you get down to some of this stuff, like, I'm not really looking to look at her specifically, but I'm just trying to pull up the champion list. They'll have stuff like Spirit Haste on a champion that if you're doing, like, what your intention is not to have anybody on the team die. But it's like none of the other ones make any sense, so they pick Spirit Haste just because it's something that can sometimes be useful and they want to fill all the boxes. But but sometimes you can just save a couple hundred energy by not doing all the masteries. So like here, I mean, I realized that none of these ones matter for any of the content that I use him for. Literally none of this matters. So I just didn't run the last 350 scrolls. I sadly ran 90 of them before I figured it out, but this one could be useful. But the main thing I usually he extends buffs, so it's not really useful anyways. Like, so I save all that energy running masteries on him too. There's a good handful of champions if you know you're thinking about it while you're doing it. You can sometimes, you know, you get to the end of it, you're like, all right, I got all the stuff that I care about, and now I'm looking at these last 2 masteries that I'm thinking about unlocking, and they do nothing. So you could just save the 200-300 energy or whatever and not run it, you know. So just be careful of that if you're buying masteries. Because you might be wasting a good handful of gems there, you know. And if Minotaur is super miserable, then maybe think about building a champion that can make it less miserable. And if maybe it's a team, like maybe if you have a seer team that you use for something in a reset champion that are already built up and their masteries are finished, they're not slowing down the accumulation of scrolls for any new champion that you plugged in there. So you could have like a wave clear and then somebody to nuke down the boss if that's the strategy that works for your roster. There's options if you want to save the gems, but if you don't, then don't. Oh, excuse me. There are quite a few. Yeah, there is. I mean, almost any hero can solo Minotaur. I feel like I could plug in pretty much any hero on my roster and they would solo the Minotaur. I mean, some of them might be pretty damn slow, but definitely any damage dealer can. Thor's my best one, so that's what I run if I'm just trying to solo stuff. But I can plug in another one. Like, who do you got? Rathlos? Was that one? I don't remember the order of accounts I was on at this point. It's like 3-something in the morning. I need to go to bed real soon here, but I'm having fun hanging out chatting with y'all. He-Man, Blade Master, yeah. Yeah, no, fuck that. Fuck those videos. Fuck those people who told all those people to build that champion. I'm sorry, but I hate that. I don't mean that. I love those guys. Don't tell them I said that. But I do get a little bit annoyed with some of the bad advice I see. Like telling people that they need to build 500 resistance to solo content. You don't. My UDK did it with no goddamn resistance. He did it for a long time. And my Aox solos stuff without resistance, and so does my Samar, and all the builds say that, and I hate that. And then they go and tell you you gotta have protection and block buffs and reviver on all your Chimera teams, and my best Chimera team had no reviver, no block buffs. Yeah. And maybe it's the community that pushes them down a straight and narrow path, but that's not what I'm about. There's so many options for how you can beat stuff in this game. Okay, my rant's over. Thanks for listening, guys. Appreciate you. Kind of losing my way here at 3:15 in the morning. I need to run your account for 2 weeks. That would absolutely not be a free service. And not even one that I could offer out until I'm on a desktop. I don't think. I don't know. I try to avoid hopping on the same person's account multiple times in a row unless, like, I've got some people who, you know, anybody can be persuaded to make time, but I like to try to spread the love around as much as I can, you know. I try to prioritize new people. If I've never been on somebody's account and they're stuck on stuff, that's the person I want to be on and helping out the most. Especially if they haven't made it to all their stage 20s. Like, those are the people that I want to help the most, you know? Not that I don't want to help all y'all again, but... yeah, also playing in a whole nother account and, like, actually playing it is actually... It's a lot. I'm running a free-to-play right now, and since I can't play them simultaneously, it's a lot of time. It's really hard to do. So I'm kind of playing it lazy and just grinding stuff out. I've been running Minotaur for like a week and a half. And I ran the Dragon Dungeon too for speed gear. I tweaked a little bit of builds, but I'm just stacking up chickens and gear and silver and stuff so that I can really crack down and use it as a catalyst for showing how to beat stuff in different ways. Because it kind of gets old on the same, you know, I've got everything beat, you know. And then I got a couple of viewers that are running free-to-plays alongside, and one of them was the original one, Bobby, who started this thing with me. And... oh, they're not all free-to-plays, actually. They're just new accounts. But my account is a free-to-play, and I wanted to run it against other accounts and have, you know, hopefully everybody's keeping decent track of how much they're spending, and we can kind of compare what kind of progress they got and whatnot. Just add more information to the pool. Because one of the big problems I have with the information pool in this game with, you know, everybody, it's kind of, hesitate to say narrow-minded, but that's how I feel about it. Everything is helping. One time is perfect. Oh, I missed something. I've seen some shield bearer stats needed for him to do it. We're not crazy. Yeah, well, the stats for anybody to run the Minotaur isn't crazy. And if you're struggling to get a single person to run it, then run 2 people. Or if you got 3 decently built damage dealers, run 3 of them. If their masteries are done, they're not going to slow down the mastery accumulation on the new champion that you plug in. But you don't want to build shield bearer and uncommon. That's not going to help you in any other content in the game. He's basically useless. I am 1 follower away from 100? No way! My goodness, thank you all. That is awesome. I didn't realize. That's super cool. I'm gonna have to make a new goal. I should have set something. Am I supposed to do something at 100? I'll do a backflip. No, I'm not. I'm too old for that now. Not that I'm like really old, but I hurt in ways that I didn't when I had done a backflip previously. It's not gonna happen again ever, probably. Too much factory work and carpentry and shit. Truck driving really sucked for my back. Yeah, I mean, I could see him filling a slot. But to say that somebody should build a champion as a slot filler it's like disingenuous. I don't know, it's terrible advice. You don't get to build, especially like the advice was for early game people to build it. Kale can solo the Minotaur. I'm pretty sure I'll plug in my Kale right now. I'll drop some gems to prove this point. Oh wait, maybe I don't have to. Yeah, okay. Let's go run Minotaur with Kale. Let's make sure my Kale has gear. I haven't looked at him in... He's got pieces. I'm not even going to look at his stats because I don't care. It probably doesn't matter. Kale, you are the savior of the night. Let's see what you can do. This is going to be really freaking awkward if he dies here. Oh, God, he might... Oh, is he not... Crit cat? No, he crit. Oh, no. Is he too weak? He might be too weak. Okay, well, this is why we're here, folks. To learn, right? And sometimes the knowledge comes at my expense. And it's awkward and it's embarrassing. But we all learn stuff together. And what we're learning right now is I should at least look at the gear on the champion before I try to make bold claims. Okay, maybe Kale can't do it. Or maybe my gear's trash. I was so goddamn confident. Yeah, it's not even all maxed. He got so much stuff stolen. Somebody else got a Kale? See? A shield bearer would still have his gear. Okay, cool. Somebody has a Kale. He solos him with lifesteal. There you go. Kale can do it. Confirmed by the viewer. Thank you. You're saving my life here. Good deal. Yeah, I stole his gear and then just threw on stuff that had... Oh, he's got HP. He's got an HP chestplate. And crit rate gloves. He's not even 200 speed. Okay, so I don't care about my Kale build, as you can see. I like Bowsmith Flannan better. My Bowsmith Flannan is built better. So are my Cold Hearts. Goddamn Muckstalker. I think every other rare I prefer over Kale nowadays. Bellower is pretty weak too, he's just in stun gear. Okay, so maybe I should touch up on my rares a little bit. It's getting a little bit awkward. Here's my Creedon, we were talking about him earlier. I think I actually need more accuracy on mine. One follower away from 100. My god. Well, this was a hell of a good night. I'm doing it again. I'm talking off to the side. You guys are in front of me. Well, this was awesome. Thanks, everybody. I got like 3 or 4 follows tonight. I appreciate all of you. I do need to call it, though. I'm exhausted, and my brain's all frazzled. So let's find somebody to share some of this love with. On the Twitch side... Hey, okay. It's actually been ages since I've rated him. We got like a 50-50 rate. Sometimes his content's pretty good. Sometimes I get bored and leave in a few minutes. No judgment either way. Show him a little bit of love when you get there, though. No problem. You all have a good night, too. I appreciate you all hanging out. It's been awesome. Thank you. Yeah, y'all too. Take care. Catch you next time. Time for some sleep.